Hey, Tater. Oh, yeah. Hey, Layla. This is going to be a long pre-show. Letting y'all know. No problem, Cam. Hey, Denise. Hey, Clutch. You are late, Mr. I know. I know. You like the pre-show? It's okay. All right, cool. Hey, Millie. Hey, Prince. You ever just put the Q-tip a little bit too deep so you feel something? Joke. Hey, Antoine. Hey, Sid. Booked our Airbnb for College Station today. Nice. Good to see y'all. I was just watching your last week debate where the guy was against trans women in sports and wouldn't change his mind when you proved him wrong. Yeah, they be doing that. What is the topic for tonight? It's gonna be uh caption. Actually, I guess I could put the caption up later. So the topic is gonna be about Ilmar Abrigo Garcia. At least for the first half of the live. Hey, Grammar. Din, are you okay or are you just tired? I'm actually not tired at the moment. I'm a little bit anxious, a smidge overwhelmed, but I'm not tired. If I look tired, that's just me being ugly. We got to talk about the guy they won't bring back to the U.S. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to talk about. It's honestly it should be anything anyone's talking about right now. Do you think it's a constitutional crisis? If the Trump administration is doing nothing to abide by the court order, how long did the Supreme Court give him? Was it 9 days? Remind me. He's doing nothing, then yeah, I think that's a constitutional crisis. They didn't set a time limit, I think. I thought they did. Aaron Parna said that U.S. is paying to keep him there. Our taxpayers are paying insane. Yeah, I mean, every person we send to El Salvador, we are paying them for that privilege. It's like I said in the Discord yesterday or 2 days ago. Like this story makes my blood boil. Genuinely. You see the photos of that prison that went viral? What were your thoughts? I don't know which exact photos you're talking about. They want to sweep it on the rug so bad. We have to keep the pressure up. Yeah, for sure. The thing about Trump and both of his administrations is that there's always so much bullshit going on that like you forget, like something that would have been a big scandal just gets forgotten in a couple weeks. Like we already forgot about the Signal Gate thing, but this, man, if we as Americans forget about this, I think at that point we're no better than Nazi Germany. Yeah, exactly. Epic Tickle. I agree. Hey, Camille. I'm actually gonna look at the Supreme Court's decision exactly. Hey, Ashley. On March 15th, 2025, the United States removed Kilmar Armando Abrigo Garcia from the United States to El Salvador, where he is currently detained at CICAT, a Center for Terrorism Confinement. The United States acknowledges that Abrigo Garcia was subject to a withholding order forbidding his removal to El Salvador, and that the removal to El Salvador was therefore illegal. The United States represents that the removal to El Salvador was the result of an quote-unquote administrative error. The United States alleges, however, that Abrigo Garcia has been found to be a member of the gang MS-13, a designated foreign terrorist organization, and that his return to the United States would pose a threat to the public. Abrigo Garcia responds that he is not a member of MS-13 and that he has lived safely in the United States with his family for a decade and has never been charged with a crime. On Friday, April 4th, the U.S. District Court for the District of Maryland entered an order directing the government to facilitate and effectuate the return of Abrigo Garcia to the United States by no later than 11:59 p.m. on April 7th. On the morning of April 7th, the United States filed this application to vacate the District Court's order. The Chief Justice entered an administrative stay and subsequently referred the application to the court. Anyone else concerned he's not alive anymore? I'm very concerned about that because I don't see any other reason why they wouldn't at least like prove that he's alive or well or anything like that. It also makes sense why like the El Salvador president would try to brand him as a terrorist after it was pretty much determined that he wasn't. Like, clearly there's something to cover up because if he was alive, right? And I mean, listen, I hope he's alive. But if he was alive, I feel like it would be so much easier, especially since the Trump administration already admitted it was an administrative error. They very rarely admit errors, by the way. They already admitted it was an error. It seems like it makes so much more sense to just bring him back. And that's why I'm really worried that he's no longer alive. This is terrible, and I would obviously disagree with it, but the fact that they aren't even making a spectacle of showing him or something, very weird to me. Yeah. I feel like he's either not alive or he is, but they're worried he knows / has seen too much. DOJ released a police report from PG County, Maryland, that they claim validates his gang affiliation. All of his personal details are visible on police report, but the officer involved is redacted. They also fired the lawyer who admitted it was an error. Very authoritarian of them. Today, Senator Holland was told by El Salvador that they also don't suspect him of being MS-13, and the U.S. is paying them to hold him there. All right, let me finish. Let me keep reading the Supreme Court ruling. Okay. The application is granted in part and denied in part, subject to the direction of this order. Due to the administrative stay issued by the Chief Justice, the deadline imposed by the District Court has now passed. To that extent, the government's emergency application is effectively granted in part, and the deadline in the challenged order is no longer effective. So essentially what they're saying is the deadline was April 7th by the District Court. They filed for a stay on the morning of April 7th, and Chief Justice Roberts granted that stay. So what Sotomayor is saying in this opinion is like, so that deadline is no longer valid. Like they're not going to get in trouble for not abiding by that deadline. But, and now we keep reading. The rest of the district court's order remains in effect, but requires clarification on remand. Order properly requires the government to, quote unquote, facilitate Abrigo Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. The intended scope of the term effectuate in the district court's order is, however, unclear and may exceed the district court's authority. The district court should clarify its directive with due regard for the deference owed to the executive branch in the conduct of foreign affairs. For its part, the government should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. The order heretofore entered by the Chief Justice Roberts is vacated. So the stay is no longer active. Statement of Justice Sotomayor, with whom Justice Kagan and Justice Jackson join, respecting the court's disposition of the application. The United States government arrested Kilmar Armando Abrigo Garcia in Maryland and flew him to a terrorism confinement center in El Salvador, where he has been detained for 26 days and counting. To this day, the government has cited no basis in law for Abrigo Garcia's warrantless arrest, his removal to El Salvador, or his confinement in a Salvadorian prison. Nor could it. The government remains bound by an immigration judge's 2019 order expressly prohibiting Abrigo Garcia's removal to El Salvador because he faced a quote-unquote clear probability of future persecution there, and demonstrated that El Salvador's authorities were and would be unable or unwilling to protect him. Yes, as a reminder, so in 2019, there's an official court order saying that he has legally protected status here. So if anyone says he was illegal, false. He's been a legal resident since at least 2019. Okay. The government has not challenged the validity of that order. Right. So if they wanted to deport him on whatever grounds they feel the need to, they would need to challenge that order first. Just like if they wanted to get rid of birthright citizenship, they would need to propose a new amendment. There's a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things. Instead of hastening to correct its egregious error, the government dismissed it as an oversight. DECL, I guess that's the Declaration of Ars Cerna in, okay, a bunch of legal stuff. The government now requests an order from this court permitting it to leave Abrigo Garcia, a husband and father. I'm wearing my shirt inside out. A husband and father. Second chat. It's been a long day, all right? Okay. A husband and father without a criminal record in a Salvadorian prison for no reason recognized by the law. The only argument the government offers in support of its request that United States courts cannot grant relief once a deportee crosses the border is plainly wrong. See Rumsfeld v. Padilla. The government's argument, moreover, implies that it could deport and incarcerate any person, including U.S. citizens, without legal consequence, so long as it does so before a court can intervene. That view refutes itself. See Trump v. JGG. Such a travesty and scary. Yeah. This, I've honestly, I've been like, I've kind of been thinking about this almost nonstop the past like 3 days. And just how it just feels like we're underreacting. If he gets away with this, no one is safe, and they definitely want us to know that. Yes, 100%. Trump saying they need 5 more prisons for homegrowns is terrifying. Yeah, so it really comes back to that quote. Like, first they came for the blank, but I didn't say anything because there wasn't a blank. Like so they're deporting. First it was supposed to be illegal immigrants, and now it's legal immigrants if they have gang affiliations, and then it's legal immigrants if they might have gang affiliations, and then it's legal immigrants, and now it's U.S. citizens if they have terrorism affiliations. And then what? We'll be socialists next. There's a bid to annex the land under the prisons to send citizens to, then they'd still be in U.S. territory. Thing. Then it's just people who aren't MAGA. Yeah, I mean, look at Mahmoud. So this was somebody protesting against Israel, right? No ties to Hamas. Never even supported Hamas. Legal resident, and was deported essentially just for disagreeing with Israel. Imagine dissent against the United States or the United States government. Okay, back to the court order. Because every factor governing requests for equitable relief manifestly weighs against the government, Enken versus Holder, I would have declined to intervene in this litigation and denied the application in full. Nevertheless, I agree with the court's order that the proper remedy is to provide Abrigo Garcia with all the process to which he would have been entitled to had he not been unlawfully removed to El Salvador. That means the government must comply with its obligation to provide Abrigo Garcia with due process of the law, including notice and an opportunity to be heard in any future proceedings. It must also comply with its obligations under the Conventions Against Torture. See Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel and Inhumane or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, December 10th, 1984. A lot of references being provided here by Sotomayor. Moreover, it has been the government's own well-established policy to, quote, facilitate aliens' returns to the United States if the aliens, this is all, I'm reading the quote, presence is necessary for continued administrative removal proceedings in cases where a non-citizen has been removed pending immigration proceedings. And this was established in U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Directive 11061.1. In the proceedings on remand, the district court should continue to ensure that the government lives up to its obligations to follow the law. Okay. So, I guess, so there was a time limit placed by the district court, which was April 9th. I don't see a time limit placed by the Supreme Court. Does anyone know if there was one that I'm missing? Concurring opinion isn't part of the court's ruling. Oh. Okay. Am I reading the wrong thing here? Hi, Corky. You guys hear when my phone notification goes off? Hey, Rome. Nope. Okay, good. Okay, so then the Supreme Court's ruling, Amber, is just it's just the exact same thing as the district court's ruling, except without the April 7th deadline. Is that what I'm? Is that interpretation correct? And David Pakman went live, and the difference in it is the word effectuate wasn't in the Supreme Court ruling, like the original, and that's their excuse to not do anything. Caffeine made the background, by the way. W caffeined. Thank you, caffeine. The crowd says in unison. All right, y'all. Like I said, this is gonna be a long pre-show. I have to record a video for the Unfuck America tour. I'm also getting ready for the live, so hey Neely, yeah, sorry. Um, video. You guys get the behind the scenes. Judge Zenus. Hey Barbie. And did you get a chance to hit the PO box? No, not today. Should I head over there tomorrow? Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Coffee? It's too late for coffee. It was delivered on my end. Okay. I will head over there tomorrow. Put that email. I had a whole email with the branding stuff. How's the medication working for you now? Any better? I don't feel it at all, I don't think. You pink Mike, thank you. Oh, there we go. Sorry for asking, but when does TikTok start? TikTok starts after I record this video. Yeah, after I record this video. And then I'm gonna use the restroom. No worries, Aaron. Oh, I should also lotion my after the video. All right. Talk to the doctor about your meds. Follow up is tomorrow, right after my haircut. It's gonna be. Oh, I should use my mic. Should I hold it, or should I clip it to my shirt? I can use my. All right, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a rough draft of everything. Okay, so you guys see what I'm going for, and tell me if you think it's good, if you think it needs to be cut. Obviously, I'm gonna like stumble a lot, but for those of you that haven't heard, I will be participating in the Unfuck America tour, kicking off on April 22nd at Texas A&M. Rough draft. Rough draft. The Unfuck America tour. The Unfuck America tour aims to counter the slew of misinformation from Charlie Kirk and his organization, Toilet Paper USA. In the lead up to the event at Texas A&M, I will be posting a TikTok every night debunking one of Charlie Kirk's many demonstrable lies. And so today, we're going to start with this one right here. When I insert Charlie Kirk claims that birthright citizenship has Charlie Kirk claims that the 14th Amendment, particularly the clause about birthright citizenship, has not been challenged at SCOTUS. This is simply false. Easily Googleable fact. Right here. United States versus Wong Kim Ark. I read a script. That we're going to be here a while. About writing a script. Thanks for the breathe. Getting rid of some cat hair off the screen. Okay. Yeah, Rainbow. I want to do a few hours on the Abrigo Garcia situation, and then probably some Kirk recon tonight. We'll see how it goes. Okay. I will participating. Unfuck America. Hi, King V. I want to train an AI model on his videos and have y'all debate it for practice. That would be interesting. To combat never thing of lies read by Charlie Kirk, his organization. Toilet paper USA. The tour that to meet misinformation meat cannon. Tour kicks off on April 22nd at College Station, Texas. And hospital watching. Are you okay? Or do you work at the hospital? Where myself and about 30 of your favorite creators will have a booth just away from Turning Point USA, more like Turning My Stomach USA. I don't know why, but I just got hit with a thought to just misgender Charlie Kirk in every one of these videos. Like a Mrs. Kirk. And we could talk about how the White House basically made us all women, right? With their executive order. Call him Charlene. Charlene Kirk. I will be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to combat the never-ending slew of lies spread by. No, I can still call him Charlie, but just Charlie with no E. My TikTok bio says Trump made me trans or non-existent. Do it and call him a dolphin. Okay. The tour kicks off on April 22nd at College Station, Texas A&M, where myself and about 30 of your other how do I say this? Chat, help me. 30 of your favorites, myself and where I and 30 other favorites, 30 of your favorites. Should I say myself or should I say I? No other? Okay, so that implies that the 30 are their favorites, but not me, with no other. I guess it does sound better. Myself and 30 of your favorites. Okay. Myself and about 30 of your favorite creators will have a booth just 20 feet away from her. I and 30? Where I and about 30? I or myself? I don't know. They both sound weird. Your favorite Don Melk and some other folks. Myself and many other wonderful creators. Me and my pals. I will be there. Oh, okay. Okay, wait. No, hold on. But it's in the middle of the sentence, so we can't use I will be there unless I start a new sentence. I like myself and 30 other wonderful creators. There will be humans in a booth. Okay. The tour kicks off on April 22nd at College Station, Texas A&M, where myself and not I, because if you take away the others, it would be join I. Join. Well, then wouldn't it be me? Say in College Station at Texas A&M. Tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I and about test for grammar with I or me. Say the sentence excluding the other group. Where I will have a booth just 20 feet. Yeah, I does work. Where 30 of your favorite creators, including myself. But you don't own the booth, Dan? I know, I was just testing it for grammar. Including unwarned is pretty good. The other way around. 30 of your favorite creators and myself will be where guys, we might be overthinking it. No. We're, if anything, we're underthinking it. No, I think you're right, actually. Don't say including. Where I, along with 30 other talented creators, "30 humans at a booth saying words at other human." Where I 30 other talented creators. No, talented. I'm not trying to. I don't want to glaze everybody. Like, because like I and 30 other, I'm not talented. I don't want to say like I'm talented. Ask ChatGPT. Hang on, let me get my AP journalism book out. Oh, Cat GPT. I'll be joining 30 of your favorite creators. Ooh. Okay. Hold on. The tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I'll be joining 30 of your favorite creators at a booth just 20 feet away. Hold on. I think Adela might have nailed it. Thank you, Sid, for the $2.99. Where I'll be joining 30 of your favorite creators at a booth just 20 feet away from her. Her being Charlene Kirk. Cooked so hard I can smell the steak. Okay. I will be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to combat the never-ending slew of lies spread by Charlie Kirk and her organization, Toilet Paper USA. Tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I'll be joining 30 of your favorite creators at a booth just 20 feet away from her. In the lead up to the event, I'm on the fence about changing Charlie's name because I was planning on capitalizing the L-I-E in Charlie, and like in another video I was gonna say like you can't spell Charlie without lie, you know? Charlotte Kirk. Or should we could just do them, or we could just do them in different Charlie KK Kirk. Yeah, because I mean technically Charlie can be a woman's name too. I mean anything can be anything, but you know what I mean. Anyway, in the oh my god, give him a new nickname every time. Wait, okay, I kind of like that. Okay, all right. What are we going? Charlene. We'll go with Charlene for the first one. Or Charlene Kirk and her organization Toilet Paper USA. Charlize is pretty good. Charlotte. Go Charlene for now. But I like the idea of having a different woman's name in every video. Start with Charlie. I might end with Charlie. Be like, oh, okay, I didn't realize it, but it seems that Charlie identifies as a man. So and then I end with Charlie. I don't know, something like that. I like the idea of him of her of her being Charlene. Feminize the alpha male Charlene Kirk. Charlize but not Theron. Yeah. All right, let's do a different woman's name for every video. Okay. So in the lead up to the event, I will be posting a video every day debunking one of Charlene's many lies. Debunking one lies. No. Spectacle said no. I've been stopped in my tracks. Charlotte's Web. Wait, we might have to keep that in the pocket for the next one. When we go into Charlotte, then we can bust out the Web of Lies. The only thing about misgendering Charlie Kirk is it would come off the same way as when MAGA/Doofus try to imply a man is a little girl or gay as an insult. I get what you're saying, Neely. It's tough because that's not even like technically the joke. But I see what you're saying. Different when you're clapping back about pronouns, but unpronounceable. I don't know. You do you. Maybe just call him ma'am at every opportunity. Yeah, SWAT, like that's where I'm coming at it from as well, but I mean, it's also about how it's perceived. It's not just intentionality is not the only thing here. I don't think it's an issue because the joke is based on Trump's executive order and the fact they hate that stuff, but I'm not a part of that group, so I can't say how they feel about it. Yeah. I think all right, let's put a pin in this. Let's just do Charlie Kirk. Charlie is pretty anti-trans publicly. I think it's fair to publicly respond that way. Let's put a pin in this and then get the opinion of some people from the trans community. I think your audience would understand the joke, but it comes off as emasculating to the right. Well, I mean, I'm okay with it coming off as emasculating to the right, but all right, yeah, I'm queer and very pro misgendering transphobes if that helps. Yeah, I'd like to hear Kristen and Quinn's opinion on it. Yeah, and Lainey. But we're already so late for this live. So let's put a pin in this. Put a pin in this. Off on. Uh, this will continue in the post. In the lead up to the event, I will be posting a video every day debunking one of Charlie's many lies. Every night, rather, I guess. Lead up to the event, I will be posting a video every night debunking one of Charlie's many lies. Tonight, we'll start with an easy one. I looked up clips of Charlie talking about pronouns, and apparently he got mad at pronoun males. These non-issues kill me. Yeah. Don't worry, Epic. We have a few more days. We have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We got 5 days. Maybe if he signed his vids off with Charlie Kirk, him, we'd understand him better. Scars, that is a great idea. The problem with that is we don't have time to do that today. so we just have to put a pin in it. That is a really good idea, though. I will be posting a video every night debunking one of Charlie's many lies. Tonight, we'll start with an easy one. December 8th, 2024. Charlie claimed that the amendment was never challenged by the this a blatant lie. United States versus Wong Park, the Supreme Court ruled that birthright citizenship that all ruled that born the U.S. a citizen regardless of their parents' legal status, citizenship status. Or just their status. I could just say status, regardless of their parents' status. You're entitled to your own opinion, Charlie, but you're not entitled to your facts. if the administration see how long this goes. All right, here we go. Now I have to try to like. It's gonna look bad if I'm reading off a screen, so I gotta try to memorize this a little bit. I don't know. I will be participating in the Unfuck America tour. Spread by Charlie Kirk. I will be. Oh, you know what I can do? I can just cut after each sentence. Memorize a sentence, or the sentence, and then cut. That's fine. How Philip DeFranco used to do videos. I will be participating in Unfuck America tour. Combat the never-ending slew of lies spread by Charlie Kirk organization Toilet Paper US. I will be participating in the Unfuck America tour. Yeah, this is gonna be a long one. I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to combat the never-ending. Hi, Mari. Mary. Hi, Gina. I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to combat the never-ending slew of lies that Charlie Kirk and his organization Toilet Paper USA. So close. Okay, hold on. I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to combat Charlie Kirk and his never-ending. I forgot the sentence. All the live long day. Okay. I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to combat the never-ending slew of lies. Should I be using my hands? I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to combat the never-ending slew of lies. I shouldn't be using my hands. Why am I using my hands? I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to combat the never-ending slew of lies spread by Charlie Kirk and his organization Toilet Paper USA. Okay, we got sentence one. Sentence one. That's a wrap. The tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I'll be joining 30 of your favorite creators at a booth just 20 feet away from him. Kurt Crinkle? The tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I and 30 of your favorite creators are going to be joining. Not enough hands in that one. Not enough hands. We need more hands. Just a sprinkle of hands. Dude, Donald's. Oh, also, wait, I could put like the creators. A lot of people are doing like a scroll of the creators on the website. I could like point to it. Lovely Ginger. I swear to you, we spent like 25 minutes on that one sentence, and that's what we settled on. We can't go back. We can't. Okay. Um. This is a problem too. So my phone is, whenever I press play or record, my phone starts moving. Okay. The tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station. The tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I and 30 of your favorite creators are going to be so close. So close. Tour kicks off on April 20. The tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I'll be joining. The tour kicks off on April 22nd and college. The tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I'll be joining 30 of your favorite creators at a booth just 20 feet away from Charlie Kirk. Okay. Script said him instead of Charlie Kirk, but in the lead up to the event, I'll be posting a video every night debunking one of Charlie's many lies. Why did I look at the script as I was finishing? I had it. In the lead up to the event, I'll be posting a video every night debunking one of Charlie's many lies. Tonight, we'll start with an easy one. On December 8th, 2024, did I lower my body? I'm going to put the tweet there. That might look jarring. It's okay. On December 8th, I got to record. On December 8th, 2024, Charlie claimed that the Supreme Court had never. On December 8th, 2024, Charlie claimed that the 14th Amendment had never been challenged by the Supreme Court before. This is a blatant. This is a blatant lie. Okay. In the United States versus Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court ruled that in the United States versus Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court ruled that in the United States versus Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court ruled that anyone born in this country is granted citizenship regardless of their parents' status. You're entitled to your own. You're entitled to your opinion, Charlie, but you're not entitled. You're entitled to. You're entitled to your own opinion, Charlie, but you're not entitled to your own facts. Thank you, Mary. If you'd like to support the Unfuck America tour, the if you'd like to support the tour, the link is the If you'd like to support the tour, check out the first link in my bio. And I can't wait. And I will see y'all tomorrow night for another debunked lie. All right, that's it. That's enough. The mic sounds so bad. Whoa. I think I'm just gonna run it. I have to go live eventually. I think I have to just run it. Like a microwave, perhaps. Oh, lordy, lordy, lord. Okay. Me at 11:45, turning in a half complete assignment. No TikTok today. I will. I need some time. Love the free shows. You should be ready in about 3 hours. Okay. And now it's the editing process. All right, all right. All right, we got to re-record it. Hold on. The mic is so bad. I'll be quick this time. I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour. It aims to combat the never-ending slew of lies spread by Charlie Kirk and his organization Toilet Paper USA. Tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station. Tour kicks off at April. Tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where 30 of your favorite creators and I will ba 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 ba. Tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station, where 30 of your favorite creators. Tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station, where I'll be joining 30 of. Tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station. Up, 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 up. Tour kicks off. Tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I'll be joining 30 of your favorite creators at a booth just 20 feet away from Kirk himself. The lead up to the event, I'll be posting a video every night debunking one of Charlie's many lies. In the lead up to the event, I'll be posting a. The lead up to the event. The lead up to the event, I'll be posting a video every night. The lead up to the event, I'll be posting a video every night debunking one of Charlie's many lies. Tonight, let's start with an easy one. On April 8th, 2024, Charlie claimed that the Supreme Court had never. On April 8th, 2024, Charlie claimed that the 14th Amendment had never been challenged by the Supreme Court before. This is a blatant lie. In the United States versus Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court. I can go back up now. United States versus Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court. Did I say 25? I should have said 24. That's okay. That's correct. There hasn't been a December 25 yet. Okay. It's all recorded. The United States versus Wong Kim Ark. Supreme Court ruled. United States versus Wong Kim Ark. Supreme Court ruled that anyone born in this country is a citizen regardless of their parents' status. You're entitled to your own. You're entitled to your own opinions. You're not entitled to your own facts. If you'd like to support the Unfuck America tour, check out the first link in my bio down here. How did I say down here? I shouldn't have said a year with April 8th. If you'd like to support the Unfuck America tour, as we continue to follow. If you'd like to support the Unfuck America tour as it continues to debunk all of the dangerous lies spread by Charlie Kirk that have poisoned the minds of. This is off the rip. If you'd like to support the Unfuck America tour, check out the first link in my bio, and I can't wait to see you all. If you'd like to support the Unfuck America tour, check out the first link in my bio. I'll see you all tomorrow night for debunking another one of Charlie's lies. I'll see y'all tonight to debunk. I'll see y'all tomorrow night where we debunk another one of Charlie's lies. That's it. Okay, now I'm going to edit. Was it in April or December? April is when the tour starts. December is when Charlie tweeted the lie. I hope that's what I said. Hi, Dirt. Helium. I did say April 8th. I needed to say December 8th. Damn it. Hey, Christy. Okay. I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour. I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to I'll be participating in the Unfuck America tour, which aims to combat the never-ending slew of lies spread by Charlie Kirk and his organization Toilet Paper USA. Just in the year 2023, Charlie Kirk and TPU Just in the year 2023, Charlie Kirk and his organization spent over $40 million doing just in the year 2023. Charlie Kirk and his organization spent over $40 million spreading disinformation on college campuses. Our tour will make sure that his lies never go uncontested again. Tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at the tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I'll be joining 30 of your favorite creators as we tour kicks off on April 22nd in College Station at Texas A&M, where I'll be joining 30 of your favorite creators at a booth just 20 feet away from Charlie Kirk. In the lead up to the event, I'll be posting a video every night debunking one of his many lies. Tonight, let's start with an easy one. On December 8th, 2024, Charlie claimed that the United States had never. On December 8th, 2024, Charlie claimed that the Supreme Court had never. On December 8th, 2024, Charlie claimed that the 14th Amendment had never been challenged by the Supreme Court before. This is a blatant lie. This is a blatant lie. In the Supreme Court versus Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court in the United States versus Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court ruled that anyone born in this country, regardless of their parents' status, is a citizen. You're entitled to your own opinion, Charlie, but you're not entitled to your own facts. If the Trump administration wants to change the way birthright citizenship works, then they need to pass another amendment. You're not allowed to just violate the Constitution because you don't agree with part of it. If you'd like to support the tour, check out the first link in my bio. I'll see you all tomorrow night when we debunk another one of Charlie's many lies. Okay. Filming is done. Filming is done. We just need to add. We just need to add the tweet and the thing. TikTok's being weird, chat. Sorry, Pokemon lotion. Does anyone know how to add a video in a video? Like, I've seen other people on TikTok do it, but I don't know how to do it anymore. Or not anymore. I guess I never knew. Okay, got it. Never mind. Bye. I see what. Okay. Sadly, next few nights I won't be with the community for long. What do you mean, Xenos? Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom. Start the TikTok stream. Okay. Here we go. Sorry for the delay. Hopefully, tomorrow's video doesn't take this long. All right. Open TikTok. Okay. I think we're ready. Do we need to send a welfare check on Dan's bathroom trip? Wait, can you guys not see me? I'm here. I've been here. Okay. TikTok live is starting now. Okay, I'm getting gaslit. All right. See how it is. Let me get Marco on the mic. Little Marco on the mic. I just got a text message about the Unfuck America tour. Wait, that's crazy. Okay. We're officially live on TikTok. I'm going to post the video that we spent over an hour recording. Hey, Neely. I'm genuinely considering flying out, Dan. That would be wild. If I do, would we meet up somewhere? I don't know. So our schedule is kind of tight. I'm not entirely sure. Pre-show sign. Thank you. Hey, everybody. Thank you for the heart me's. Welcome in. Hey, Chris. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, hold on. There's second one. There we go. Hey, everyone. Watching from Phoenix, Arizona. How you doing, Facts? Welcome in, everybody. I'm sorry I was so late today. If you were watching the pre-show, you know why. Hey everyone. Welcome in. We're going to be getting started soon. Hi Sid. What flavor is that, Dan? Chocolate. Starting at a 5. Yeah, I mean, the country right now should collectively be at a 5 max with what's going on. I just spent $1,200 to fix my vehicle. Oof, she's at a 5. Starting to worry they aren't releasing Garcia because he's not alive. Adam, I feel the exact same way. Because at this point, what would be the harm in just showing a video of him, or what would be the Trump administration already admitted it was an administrative error, right? So it would make sense to at least try to facilitate this in some way to avoid the backlash if the man was alive. And it also, him not being alive fits in with how the president of El Salvador is trying to make it seem like he's a terrorist. So why would we let him out? He's a terrorist. I'm not going to let him out to the US. I'm not going to let him out in El Salvador. He's a terrorist. That's exactly what you would want to do to cover up the fact that he's no longer alive. And that's scary. That's horrifying, because this went from I saw that, Adam. I don't know if it's been confirmed yet. I did see that. So this went from, okay, it started with when he was campaigning, right? Going to start the deportations with the violent criminals or whatever. Okay, this went to, well, we're going to deport everyone that's here illegally. To then, now it's, well, we can also deport legal citizens or legal residents if they're a part of a terrorist organization. And then it went, okay, well, we can deport legal residents if they might be in a terrorist organization, even if we can't prove it. And now we already hear from Trump and KK Caroline that they're looking into ways to deport legal citizens, American citizens. So, by the way, that just it doesn't. That's not. We're not using the word deport correctly. That would be exile, right? To deport legal citizens in this country if they think you are against America. I don't know. I mean, we deported a legal resident for protesting against Israel. Yeah, the homegrown comment. So if we're willing to deport people with no due process on just the suspicion of terrorism, and we're also sending them to a place that doesn't have to abide by whatever human rights standards that the United States has, what is stopping this administration from just sending anyone that disagrees with them to extermination camps? Now you're going to say, "Oh, Dan, you're overreacting." Am I? Because there's no evidence that Mahmoud Khalil supported Hamas. He was protesting against Israel, right? And y'all know the Trump administration, really, they're a big fan of Israel. It was probably more than the United States. So let's say you wanted to protest against this government, right? The United States government, or one of many gestures vaguely at everything they've done, right? What is to stop them from saying, "Oh, well, you're protesting against the United States. That means you're against the United States, and we're within our right to deport you, even if you are a citizen, because you are a homegrown terrorist. And now you can't prove that you're not a terrorist because there's no due process."
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Z, for the sub. The Venezuelan refugee deported to El Salvador for an autism awareness tat. That's apparently gang. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different stories. There's the hairdresser, and now we have with Abrigo. Is it Abrigo Garcia? Gilmar Abrigo Garcia. Citizens are not being deported yet. Wait. Who? Do you know that Donald Trump is looking into legal ways to deport citizens? Do you know that? When I show you that proof, are you going to say, oh shit, you know what? You were right about everything, Dan. I shouldn't have voted for this guy? Here, I'll send you a request. You can come up. Because what you just said was, you said they're not being deported. You're right. They're not being deported. Yet. However, legal residents are being deported. You don't care about that. All right, here he is.
How you doing?
How you doing? Have you seen that Donald Trump and his administration are looking into legal ways to deport American citizens?
No, they're not doing that, bro.
Okay, if I show you evidence of that.
No, there's no evidence of it because there's nothing there for that. So
wait.
I want to know where you get your information from.
It's from Donald Trump's mouth, his orange stained mouth. You want to hear it from his mouth?
No. First of all, listen to me. I don't care if you like him, if you don't like him. That has nothing to do with it. But U.S. citizens are not being deported.
If Donald Trump said he's going to deport them, you absolute imbecile. If he said it, why wouldn't you believe him?
Listen to me, my man. Where are you from?
I'm from America. What does it matter?
No, but where are you from? I mean, what city?
What city? I'm not telling you where I live. Please miss me with this.
I mean, what state then? Give me a state.
Listen, Donald Trump said, I'm looking to deport American citizens. Is that yes or good or bad? Good or bad?
Well, no. I mean, American citizens should never be deported.
Thank you. So if I show you a clip of Donald Trump saying he's looking into legal ways to deporting American citizens, you would say that's bad, right?
I would say that's bad, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll play the clip for you.
No, I don't need to say. I believe you. I believe that you have a clip for it. I'm not saying, but he can't do that. It's like it's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Everything's fine if he stopped, right? So someone can attempted murder is okay for you. Let him keep attempting. If he fails, okay, keep doing it. Are you insane?
Guy, listen to me. You have no idea the power you have as a citizen in the United States.
For now.
No, for always. That's not going to change.
Let me ask you a question.
What?
If Kamala Harris wanted to deport American citizens, would you vote for her?
I wouldn't vote for her anyway.
If Donald Trump wanted to deport American citizens, would you vote for him?
No, I wouldn't vote for him either.
All right. You already did, though, right?
I did vote for him, yeah.
Okay. Now that he said he wants to deport American citizens, you revoked your support for him, right? You no longer support.
I voted for him because I felt he was just the better candidate. Kamala Harris was no candidate. I don't know what the hell
you revoked your support for him, right? You are now against Donald Trump. Is that correct?
No, I'm not.
Why? Why are you not against him? He said he's willing to deport American citizens. You just said that was bad.
But he's not doing that.
He's not doing it yet because he doesn't have the power to yet.
No, Papa, that's not going to happen.
Oh, okay.
That's not going to happen. I know you get
I
excited.
will walk you through something. Your neighbor says, hey, I'm going to shoot you one day. And you're like, you can't do that. That's against the law. So you keep going to his cookouts, right? You keep going to his cookouts. You keep hanging out with him. That's what you're telling me.
No. Come on. Don't put scenarios in that.
This is the exact same thing. This is the exact same thing. You can't shoot me. It's illegal.
No, I'll shoot you first if you're going to shoot me.
What? Well, so you're going to deport Donald Trump first?
Yeah. I mean, if anybody can get that, any American citizens can get deported in this country, I want to know how he could do it because nobody could do it.
Why would you wait for him to do it before revoking your support?
That's not going to happen, bro. Don't get excited.
My neighbor's not going to shoot me, so I'm going to keep shaking his hand. Hey, guy that said he's going to shoot me, I still love you because it hasn't happened yet. It's illegal to shoot people. Do you understand how insane you're sounding?
Have you ever been overseas?
Yes.
Where?
It does not matter. I'm not even arguing politics anymore. This is just, I'm walking you through a logical syllogism. You do not want a president to deport American citizens. Donald Trump wants to deport American citizens. But by that very nature, your logic should conclude to you saying, I regret my vote.
There's a couple of American citizens I would like to deport. I mean, if you're going to ask me a question like that, I don't think that any American citizen can be deported from this country. Whether it's Donald Trump, whether it's Obama, whether it's Kamala, it doesn't matter. Nobody.
Good. That's good that you think that. All right, we're on the same page.
I
We don't think
that.
American citizens should be deported. Donald Trump wants to. So right there, that should be your line in the sand. Oh,
Why? Now, what circumstance would have him say that? Why would he?
I'll play the clip for you.
No, but why would he say that? In your point, I want to know what you think. I mean,
Well,
why
so
would he
what
say
he was
that?
what he was talking about was sending quote unquote homegrown terrorists to El Salvador concentration camp, right? That's what he's talking about. Now, you might be thinking, all right, well, if they want to get rid of terrorists, I don't care if they're American citizens. But if you don't get due process, like Mahmoud didn't, and like Abrigo didn't, if you don't get due process, then right now,
Rodrigo's not a citizen.
I am aware he was a legal resident, however. So
No, he wasn't even a resident.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's just a lie. Right now, what you just did was a lie. In 2019,
First of all,
in Beyonce's 2019, he received legal protection status.
National. He is from El Salvador.
You just said he wasn't a legal resident, and that was a lie.
No, but he's from El Salvador.
I am aware of where he came from. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, he's from El Salvador. Now, look, it's like when they do mass deportation, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to get thrown out. You know that. I mean, whether you're
okay with that?
Or not, no, I don't. But it happens. That's just the way it is.
No, it does not need to happen. It does not need. We do not need to throw out legal residents with no gang affiliation because we're doing mass deportations.
That guy did have gang affiliation.
He didn't.
Yes, he
There's
did.
no evidence of it.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Yes, there is.
You just said he wasn't a legal resident, so you clearly don't know what the evidence is in front of you.
We're picking on little things that we can't control.
Little things? Deporting American citizens is not a little thing. Deporting someone without due process is not a little thing. This is literally this is 1930s Germany. I'm not exaggerating. And you guys are like, well, it's just the Jews. Like, this is insane. I'm getting gaslit right now. You are not real people. You are not. There's no way.
Well, I don't know. I'm a war veteran, and
I'm not thanking you for your service. That's how mad I am at you.
No, it's okay. You don't have to. I don't care about that. I don't care about whether you thank me or not. I did. Anyway.
Legal resident removed without due process. He has the constitutional right to due process. Now, Donald Trump wants to remove legal residents. This is not a slippery slope. This is just a slope.
Thanks, Obama.
I don't know why you think that's going to happen. It's not going to happen.
You know what I didn't think was going to happen either? I didn't think legal residents would be deported without due process. But that's happening now. Okay? So if Donald Trump and his administration are already willing to defy the Constitution, to deport people without due process, and Donald Trump and his administration are already looking into ways to deport American citizens, you should be scared. You should be like, oh shit, I no longer support this man. But you are so deep inside of his ass anal cavity that you can't revoke your support. All you have to say is, I regret this vote. That's it.
For an intelligent man, let's talk intelligent, all right? That's not necessary, right?
I mean,
I'm not talking to you like that. Am I talking to you like that?
I genuinely don't care if you
No,
talk ever
I know
again.
you
You don't understand. Right now I'm not even talking to you anymore. You are no longer. You're not a person. Clearly not a person. I asked you if you'd be okay with American citizens being deported. You said no, and I said, okay. Do you denounce Donald Trump because he said he would be okay with that? And you said no, I don't. So you're a cult member. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm talking to the chat that's listening. Chat. If you are against deportation of American citizens and Donald Trump wants to deport American citizens, you, by that logic, should be against Donald Trump. If you're not, you're experiencing what's called cognitive dissonance, and you need to take a step back to reevaluate your life.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
I don't know. I think you're over talking, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you are. You have a deranged syndrome on everything. You think politics is going to run what you're doing right now? You have freedom of speech. You're saying whatever you want to say.
Mahmoud had freedom of speech, and he was still deported. Or, excuse me, they tried to deport him.
What, they ain't deporting you?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they're not deporting you, right?
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna teach you a concept known as empathy. Okay, this is sometimes things affect other people negatively, and I have a pumping heart in my chest instead of the black void that Trump supporters have. I still want what's best for the legal residents in this country, for people that are not in terrorist organizations that just want to live and have families.
Okay, my man, listen to me, because you have, I don't even know your name. What's your name? Dan? Is that your name?
Yeah.
Okay, Dad, listen to me, Dad. You ranting here and doing what you say, it's not going to change anything. It's going to move on. The process, whatever is going to happen, is going to happen. I
Yes, because
understand.
people like you aren't willing to push back against your cult leader. If his
No, no.
supporters started saying, hey, stop doing this, then maybe we can get something done. But no matter what, even though you just said you are against deporting American citizens and you would be against Donald Trump saying he wants to deport American citizens, you still cannot denounce Donald Trump. Why?
I will not. I have no reason to. I really don't.
He said he wants to deport American citizens. That's not reason
Yeah,
enough.
but you telling me one issue that might be something that he really means or he doesn't mean. I don't know.
What are you saying?
What you telling me? Where do you get the fact from? Because you said he
I said I would play. I said I would play the clip for you, and you said I believe you. Do you want me to play the clip?
play the clip.
Okay. Now, when I play
It
the
has
clip,
to be the whole clip. Don't be giving me a little snippet of a clip.
okay. So this is what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna happen. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the clip. Okay.
Yeah.
Where he
The whole
says
clip.
we are looking to deport homegrown terrorists. Okay. That means American citizens. All right.
No. Homegrown terrorist could mean a terrorist that moved in the country.
His
That's
press secretary confirmed he was talking about American citizens.
So, sleepers.
I genuinely
Well,
hope the
sleepers.
worst for you.
Thanks,
Melissa,
Obama.
thank you for the sub. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events, like the fall of democracy in this country and the deportation of dissidents who disagree with the Trump administration. So, if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. I'm going to go to the next guest, but first, who sent the dino? Yuzu, thank you for the 6-month sub. Mackie, thank you for the sub. Who sent the dino? Happy Humanist, thank you for the dinosaur. Okay, we're going to the next guest.
You talk about
I'm sorry. Just for those that missed it, this is what took place. I said, would you be against deporting American citizens? He said yes. I said, if I show you a clip of Donald Trump saying that he wants to deport American citizens, would that bother you? And he said, well, what was the context? And I explained the context, and he said, well, then that would be bad. And I said, okay, so do you regret your vote for Donald Trump? No. Mic is a bit off. Is it loud? Chat, is it loud? Mic loud? Thank you for the cheering crab, birthday god. Yes. And it's not just because I was crashing out in the mic. Is that not what it was? Going to the next guest.
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Thank you, Abby.
Hey, how you doing, Dan?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing good, thanks. Hey, I was listening to your last conversation that you were having with that guest, and I do want to point out one thing. He was in fact not an illegal. He was illegal. He had no paperwork, no nothing. And
Who are you talking about?
Garcia. He was
Garcia.
scheduled to be deported.
So 2019, he received legal protective status.
That is incorrect. I can read you exactly what he received.
Sure. Go ahead.
Don't boo, vote.
Thank you.
Why are you running?
Thank you, Miles. Taking you a while. What's going on there, buddy? Can't find the lie? You need to plug the document into ChatGPT and say, "Can you write this document except make him illegal?"
What are you talking about? I just read the court. Did you listen to anything I said?
We can't hear you when you're tabbed out.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So sorry about that. I was reading the document off of my phone. I can pull it up on my phone if you want me to. It's the court case document. And so here's the problem. The problem is that two things happened, okay? When he went in front of the judge was issuing two verdicts. The first verdict was he did not file his paperwork within 1 year. And that therefore made him an illegal, and he denied him
And illegal. Nice terminology.
Thank you. That then made it illegal for him to stay in the United States, and he denied his asylum to stay in the United States. Next, he had a withholding hearing. The withholding hearing said that he could not be deported to El Salvador. Okay, so he can be deported to anywhere in the world.
Why is it that you're just
not
lying?
El Salvador.
This isn't true.
Dude, you didn't even read the court case. And if you deny that, then you're exposing yourself that you didn't read it. Because it's in the court case. Go to supremecourt.gov and look it up. So if you're denying what I just said, you did not read that court case.
Wait, can you do me a favor?
Are you seriously telling me you've been sitting here this whole time and you did not even read the court case?
Yeah. No. I'm pulling it up right now. Just can you do me a quick? Can you do? Wait. Stop talking for 1 fucking second. Can you stop talking for 1 second? Jesus Christmas. Can you please just type something in chat, really quick?
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah. So my point is, if you are denying what
I needed him to type something to chat and chat to block him. So apparently he is a he has a criminal record for identity theft and has doxed other creators before. So yeah. But in case you're thinking that I kicked him because I don't have an argument, I'm gonna bring up Ange and she's gonna go over it for us.
He's right. There was a 2019 court case. He was given withholding from removal, which is the highest protective status that an immigrant can get in the United States, not being a citizen. Also, you can't deport someone to a country that they're not from. So when he's saying, well, you just can't deport him back to El Salvador, you can't deport him to a random country.
Yes, that's not what deportation is.
Case in point, El Salvador has had to return 10 people to the United States. Do you want to know why? Because we've been deporting people that aren't from El Salvador, and they can't take them legally. They don't want cases with ICC either. Anyways, the protective status that he was given when he was 12 years old, his mother had a cooking business in El Salvador. He used to deliver the food. The gangs in El Salvador at the time, it was the Barrio 18, I believe, started threatening his family, wanted their share of the family's profits, and they ended up having to flee the city that they lived in. They moved to another city, same thing happened. He was, I think, 14 at that time. They jumped his brother in, and they had to move a third time. In any case, he came to the US, got threats when he was here in the US. He was picked up in front of a Home Depot because someone said that he was an MS-13 gang member. There was no proof that he was. The association was a Chicago Bulls hat and t-shirt and a tattoo that had no relation to that gang whatsoever. The the agent that testified against him was put on administrative leave and has lost his job, by the way, for lying. The Maryland courts finally had a final court case with him and said that, yes, he was here illegally. He did not apply within his 1 year that he's required for asylum. But because there is a credible threat and no association, he had no association with a gang, but there was gang members coming for him, that he could be put on a permanent withholding which means he can never go back to El Salvador. We can't deport him because if we do, it's a death sentence for him. So tell me exactly where in the Maryland case it says that he's to be deported, or that. Oh, and by the way, he also married a U.S. citizen, which started the clock over for him. That 1 year that he can start applying to become a citizen again, the clock restarted when he got married to a U.S. citizen. He is a legal resident of the United States. He works here. He has a legal residence card. The only way he can work here and pay taxes is if he's a legal resident. So tell me exactly where any of the shit that the last guy said is.
Thank you,
L in the
Ange.
chat. Prove it. Wait, hold on. Who's this guy? Hey, Dark Lord, I'm gonna pull you up.
No, Dark Lord's trolling.
Oh, I just wanted to argue with them. Anyways, if anybody in the chat has something that counters anything I say, I can send Dan the court case, and you guys can go at it. He's a legal resident. He had no reason to deport him whatsoever, and we likely sent this man to his death, because I don't believe that he's alive anymore. And his senator went down there today. They wouldn't let him talk to him. They wouldn't even let him have so much as a phone call, nor would they prove to him that he was alive. So I think that's where we're at. Don't be fooled by the bullshit that this administration is trying to tell you. Today they decided that they were going to find an old restraining order that his wife filed that was dropped. No charges were filed. No case was ever seen. There were no criminal charges, and it was a civil restraining order. And the wife dropped it. And explained exactly why she filed it. She was a previous victim of domestic violence and was afraid that it was about to happen again. It was the first time that they had ever been in an argument like that, and she reacted. The police could not file charges because there was no evidence that he did anything to her. That's it. I'll get off my sandbox for the night now.
Thank you, Ange.
Talk to you later.
So for those that think they are bigger political experts than the Supreme Court, I think it's super interesting. But this is from Justice Sotomayor, where she talks about the government remains bound by an immigration judge's 2019 order expressly prohibiting Abrigo Garcia's removal to El Salvador because he faced and this is exactly what Andrew was talking about, clear probability of future persecution there, and demonstrated that El Salvador's authorities were and would be unable or unwilling to protect him. The Trump administration, to deport this man, would need to challenge this order. They did not. Now read the paragraph on page 2. Which paragraph? There are several on page 2. The big one. I mean, we read the whole concurring opinion, but okay. The application is granted in part and denied in part, subject to the direction of this order. Due to the administrative stay issued by the Chief Justice, the deadline imposed by the district court has now passed. To that extent, the government's emergency application is effectively granted in part, and the deadline in the challenged court is no longer effective. Is that what you're talking about? That doesn't debunk anything Andrew's saying. Oops, the application was granted. Wait. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. So the district court said that the Trump administration needs to bring back Abrigo by April 7th. The morning of April 7th, the Trump administration sued for a stay, which was granted by Justice Roberts. So what this is saying is that because that stay has ellipsed the April 7th deadline, it's getting rid of the date, the deadline, but everything else is still upheld. Love how you muted me for having different views. Shows the left. Bro, you're talking right now. Look at you. Here, I sent you an invite. Come up. What do you? I don't even know what you're talking about. Keep reading, brother. I read the whole thing. We read the whole thing in the pre-show. What is it? Just tell me what you want me to see here. And interesting. He says he was muted for opposing views. I sent him an invite. Doesn't join. Sweet. Yo, the right just makes shit up to be mad about. Okay, go to the next guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
What's up, man? Hold up. I can hear some echo.
Thank you, Bubblegum. I mean, thank you, Miles.
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing.
Well, why do you hate Trump so much? This echo is kind of bad.
I'll try to mute after I talk because the echo, I guess, is from my mic. But so it's not a matter of me hating Trump. It's just I really, really am not a big fan of his actions. Like, for example, the deportation of a legal resident and the unwillingness to abide by a court order to bring him back. Like the fact that he's looking into deporting homegrown, essentially American citizens. That really should be the end of any support he has in this country. Unfortunately, it sounds like his supporters will follow him to the ends of the earth. Like he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and then he wouldn't lose any voters.
Look, I'm not the biggest fan of him, but it's hard to get someone to hate someone over one instance. You know what I mean? I mean,
one instance? Wait.
Well, I'm talking about what your prompt right here. I understand he's a very fallible person, but
so first of all, this is not one instance. But second of all, even if it was, I would think that one instance of violating someone's human rights would be really bad. But it's not even close to one instance.
No, I know. Listen. I know you're right to be mad about it. I'm not saying it's very unfortunate.
Why aren't you mad about it?
No, I am. I mean, I'm not up in arms about it, but it's an unfortunate thing.
Okay, so if he's already shown willingness to violate the Constitution, he's already said that he's willing to deport American citizens, at what point are you going to be up in arms about it? At what point are you going to care?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you got to look at his intention because he did think he was an MS-13.
But when his administration admitted that it was a mistake, why are they not bringing him back?
I mean, I hope they do.
Also, even if they thought he was an MS-13, everyone in this country has the right to due process to determine if he is an MS-13, right? It's in the Constitution.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Didn't get that right. He was not afforded that right.
Well, I hope he gets it right. How long ago did all this happen? Like the past week?
Well, the Trump administration has been doing this type of thing for the past couple months now.
I mean, yeah, but every president's going to be fallible, man.
I'm not asking you, just so we're clear, I'm not asking you to rank him on a list of presidents. I'm not asking you to compare him to any other president. I'm asking you if you still support this administration.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I got to, really. I hope he keeps on doing good things. He's only been in office, 90 days?
All he's been doing is bad things.
That's not true.
What are the good things he's been doing?
I mean, come on. I really couldn't name them off, but I don't
couldn't name any of them.
Well, I mean, isn't he trying to stop sending money to Ukraine? I would like that war to end. I would like all wars to end.
He said he was going to end the war on day one. That didn't happen. Also,
Well, I mean, come on, that's exaggerative.
okay, so you're cool with him lying to you, right? You're cool with him violating human rights
I mean,
as long as he stops sending money to
talk like
Ukraine.
this. Politicians talk like that.
How does
man.
it even affect you? How does sending money to Ukraine affect you negatively?
I mean, why should we perpetuate a war that's drafting 45-year-olds because they ain't got enough people to fight the war? I don't want to see people, unaliving.
Okay, well then tell Putin
On
to
any side.
listen. Putin's the one that started the war. It's on him. You could just end it right now. The only thing keeping the war going right now is Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, I mean, you might be more knowledgeable than me about it, but I do know that they're drafting like 45-year-olds in Ukraine.
I don't even know what it has to do with anything. I asked you specifically, how does it affect you negatively?
Because I don't like to see the world in a conundrum like this. Anybody can say that they want peace, right?
So
Everyone should if they're,
I'm going to give you a history lesson. So
All right.
you remember a guy who had like a square mustache right here, right? So-
Rudolph.
Rudolph, yeah. So there was a time when Chamberlain, who was a world leader at the time, granted what's known as an appeasement, which was giving an area of land known as the Sudetenland to Hitler, so that hopefully he would stop his invasions, right? That didn't work. But took that land and continued to. Same concept with Putin. No reason to believe that Trump's version of ending the war, which gives parts of Ukraine to Putin, there's no reason to believe that that would lead to Putin stopping. Additionally, we have an agreement. We signed it in the 90s with Ukraine that if they give up their nukes, we will defend them against invasion. They gave up their nukes. And now, as the greatest country on earth, or at least we used to be, we should be able to fulfill our duties to our treaty. I would like to think that we can uphold our end of the bargain. That agreement was known as the Budapest Memorandum, if you'd like to look it up. Even if you disagree with the agreement, even if you disagree with the concept of appeasement, you think Putin will stop. There is also the idea of nuclear deproliferation. That means is fewer nukes in fewer people's hands. So if other countries start to, other countries that aren't NATO aligned and do not have nukes, see that the West will allow a sovereign nation like Ukraine to fall through the invasion of a nuclear power, what that means is that those countries are going to try to develop nukes. And I don't know about you, but I want as few nukes in as few hands as possible. And I think that lending some money to defend against this dictator doing this is probably a good investment, especially since we already agreed to.
Yeah, I mean, but I still don't think Ukraine or Zelensky is a wholly good figure.
Yeah, because Putin has spread the propaganda that like Ukraine is bad.
Well, no, because he also sells these weapons that we're giving them to Taliban.
Epic, thank you so much for Baby Dragon. Yeah, it's just there's no evidence of any of that. That's fake stuff.
Well, I mean, you can look it up.
Okay, you want me to look up him selling weapons to the Taliban?
Yeah, selling weapons on the black market. Yeah, sure, you can look that up.
Zelensky, Taliban.
And trust me, everybody in the comments, I ain't simping for no, Trump or nothing. I don't think he's, some God figure that y'all think that people that like him think that he is. He's not no savior.
Wrong.
No, I mean, I really don't think that.
There is a fake BBC video circulating on social media falsely claiming that Bellingcat has verified Ukrainian weapons sales to Hamas. I imagine you're mixing up Hamas and the Taliban. Literally a fake video.
Taliban too.
A literal fake video. Okay, I looked it up. Now that I looked it up, right? Debunked.
Well, no, it's not only on this. There's multiple sources of this.
Okay, how about you provide your source? Because you're the one making the claim. You're making a claim that Ukraine is selling their weapons that they desperately need to defend themselves to the Taliban. So how about you provide one source? And if you can't, if you're finding it difficult to provide a valid source, maybe, just maybe, that somebody or a group of somebodies are trying to get you to think a certain way about Zelensky and about Ukraine. So that
Well, I mean, I could say that about, isn't that true for you too?
Oh yeah, sure. Except I don't
Sure,
believe
I mean, we're all
anything. I
biased,
don't
man.
believe anything without a source. Okay? I might have philosophical disagreements with my guests, but I'm not just going to say and repeat what a politician says. I am going to verifies it. For example, the
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
thank you, Tay. For example, this 2018 protective order for Abrigo Garcia, it's not just the word of somebody. There is a court order from an immigration. Okay? So when somebody tells you, they say he's not a legal resident, they have nothing to provide except their words. They want you to believe based on vibes and feelings rather than based on source.
All right, yeah, that's true. But you don't think that you would believe something, even though it's not, a proven source, if it was on your side too?
No. In fact, I frequently debunk things from the other side. So, for example, there's a common misconception that Donald Trump said back in like the 90s that if he were to run for president, he would run as a Republican because they're easy to fool. And I've had to tell people, hey, that was actually a fake quote. He did say that Democrats are better on the economy back in the 90s. He did say that. That's true, but he never said that he would run as a Republican. I don't believe anything just because it happens to fall within my worldview. I believe things based on what evidence and research shows. And when you actually look at the facts, 99% of the stuff falls on the non-Trump side of the spectrum. So,
But yeah, I just don't think that's natural.
you don't think it's natural to not believe things without evidence?
No, I just don't think it's natural that 99% of Trump of what you see, like Trump is bad 99% of the time, and then like 1% of the time, the left is good.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
You know what? So I had a guest a few months back when Trump had won the election, and he did his first interview after the election. We watched it, and he had lied 70 times in 70 minutes, a lie a minute. I had a guest come up, similar to you, that came up and just couldn't believe. There's no way. Dan's exaggerating, right? Came up, we went through all 70 lies. And I provided the evidence behind all of those bunks, right? And so that guest did what a non-cult member would do, and after lie 10, realized that he had been lied to by the people around him. He had been lied to by the social media that he had been consuming, and he no longer supported Donald Trump and his administration. That guest is still a friend of the live. He exists. It's actually my one of my pinned videos. There's a 3-hour conversation on my YouTube. Watch it. But that's why when I say like 99% of the time, I can pull out any clip of Donald Trump, and there's a very, very high chance that it's a clip of him lying. That's a problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is a problem. Not saying I love the guy, but
No. You shouldn't. I'm not asking whether or not you love him. I'm asking whether or not you support somebody who is lying to you and violating the Constitution and people's human rights. You should not.
yeah, well, I'd have to look into it to really get my own opinion on it.
Okay. Well,
Because I can't. I mean, you.
yeah.
you
Did I
should
do the Dino vote? I don't even remember.
I mean, you should respect the fact that I don't have to trust you. Surface level.
Don't
because
trust
you're
any.
government.
Listen, don't trust anything I'm saying.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
But
listen,
everything I'm saying can be
could
backed up
100% right.
by a source, whereas everything you're saying is backed up by vibes and feelings.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying you're wrong at all. You could be 100% right.
Thank you, Tay, for the Dino. Anymore. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Wednesday to Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern, usually, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. If you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. We're also live right now on 3 platforms, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. The TikTok ban is still not over. It just keeps getting pushed back 75 days. So make sure you're following. Make sure you're following on the other platforms. And we're gonna go to our next guest now. No matter what he does, he'll still support him. Yeah, there's way too many people like that. Like the truest thing Donald Trump ever said was, "I can step out on Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and wouldn't lose any voters." Go on to the next guest. Oh, hello.
Hello. Hey, so let me ask you this. You're talking about the due process, right? So where was the due process for Bradley Manning and Edward Snowden, who basically came out with the leak that Obama administration is basically spying on American people, and basically Obama was the first president that became a first president. Basically, used drone drone to basically target American citizen.
So I don't know about if you know this, but Edward Snowden left the country.
Well, he left because he was feared for his life because Obama administration basically put him on terrorist list.
And you know what he would have received if he stayed here?
Went to jail.
Yes.
Oh, bullshit. Don't even start that with me, due process, because now you want to talk about due process. So be real about it. Now you want to talk about due process for this guy. Who was the due process for the whistleblowers that came out that basically exposed NASA, NSA, that they're basically spying on American people? And Obama administration basically they came out with the leaks that Obama administration is.
Casey, thank you so much for the $25. I pay you for the patience I don't have. Thank you so much, Casey. Oh shit, he was talking.
Are you still here?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
guess
So
you
all the
just
people,
ignore
listen,
my-
all the people
my
you're referring to,
question.
all the people you're referring to are granted due process.
Oh no, they're not. Look, Bradley Manning suffered mental torture while he was in the prison, just because he basically exposed military complex of United States, basically invading countries after countries without any like evidence of, just like Obama administration basically started war
Wrong.
in Syria, which what I'm wrong about.
Thank you, Miles. Okay. What's the person's name?
So you don't know what the person's name is?
No, I'm asking you to repeat it.
No, I'm just asking you. You talk about due process. So you say due process for all or nobody, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I was asking. Because if you know what you're talking about, where was that due process for Edward Snowden and Bradley Manning?
Yeah. So Kelsey Manning faced due process. She got her due process.
No, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
Okay. Well,
So she was
Alright,
basically okay. Go back to it.
I'll pull it
Read
up for
about
you.
it. She was okay. She was tortured. The Bradley
I
Manning
will pull it up
before
for
it
you.
became Chelsea Manning.
On
she
August
was
21,
tortured.
on August 21st, 2013, Manning was sentenced to 35 years imprisonment. How do you think?
Okay,
How do you think?
35 years of imprisonment for what?
For what came out during the trial.
When it came out.
You want to go through? Listen, if you want to disagree with the
No.
judge's ruling,
I'm
if you want to disagree with the judge's ruling, that's fine. But they received due process.
what kind of due process they received?
Do you know what due process is?
Dude, I'm not asking you about due process. I'm asking you a question about due process because you said it right there. I'm reading it. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm Asian U.S. citizen. When I talk to you guys regarding an issue, you guys act like I'm not American. That would pisses me off because first of all, I did not vote for Trump. I did not want to vote for Trump. I wanted to vote for Tulsi Gabbard. So basically, when Tulsi came out and say, "Hey, we basically, I'm against the
Do you know what due
wars,"
process is?
she was
I don't care. I don't care.
disseminated
Bro,
by the
you're yapping.
Democrats.
Do you,
No. Exactly, you don't care because you're not listening to the point that I'm making, and
you
I'm
said
making a
no.
valid
You
point.
didn't follow the flow of the conversation. You said Chelsea Manning
Okay,
didn't
go ahead.
receive due process, right? Chelsea Manning didn't receive due process. I said yes, they did. You said what due process? I said, well, they were sentenced to 35 years at their trial. And you said, what due process is that? And then it became clear to me that I needed to ask if you knew what due process was. Because if they had a trial where there is discovery, where there are arguments, one side and the other, that is what's known as due process, as outlined by the Constitution. But you, instead of confirming that you know what due process is, started to talk about Tulsi Gabbard, which makes me kind of think that you might be a Russian asset. But regardless, I'd love to hear your answer if you know what due process is.
I'm pretty sure I know due process is, but like I said, I brought it two together because I just wanted to let you know that I was not in favor of voting for Trump.
Okay, we're gonna do the vote real quick. Sorry, guys. Okay. Oh shit, he was still talking. My bad. So what's due process again?
No. So my perspective is you guys asking like, why do you guys vote for Trump, anything like that? I'm just explaining
Thanks,
to you.
Obama.
But
Thanks,
the
Obama.
question came up
Thanks,
when
Obama.
you talk
Thanks,
about
Obama. Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Epic Tickle, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much.
So let me switch to a point. Do you know that basically majority of Muslim American voted for Trump this year and last election when he was running, right?
I don't think that's true for last election. Actually, I think you just made that up.
I
But
know
just
you're
so we're
gonna
clear,
go, look,
what
look,
is due
look.
process? A lot of Muslims voted for Trump. I don't know how those
don't-
connect.
Look, Muslim people never got
What is
a
due process?
No,
What is due process?
because if you
What is due process?
listen. I don't give a shit about due process. Because
There you
don't
go.
Give a shit about.
Yeah, you don't give a shit about due process, so I don't know why you came up to talk about due process. Absolute waste of breath. You heard it here first. I don't give a shit about due process. Yeah, we know. We can tell. Thank you, Miles, for the dino. Thank you, I'm a Unicorn, for the dino. What is due process? Well, I would have voted for Tulsi Gabbard. What is due process? Most Muslims voted for Donald Trump. What is due process? Oh, I asked. All right, going to the next cast. The best part of these lives is they expose themselves. Yeah, true.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, just a quick thing regarding the Abrego Garcia. I believe you said he was a legal resident.
Mhm.
He had a work permit and a order of withholding or order from withholding, but I don't think that makes you a legal resident.
He was residing, and through that order, the residency was legal. That is a legal resident.
All right. I just needed to ask that for my own understanding, really. But that was
no problem.
all I had to come up and ask.
Okay. Have a good day.
Yep, you too.
Remember, legal resident does not mean American citizen. It doesn't even necessarily mean someone on the path to citizenship. It just means they're here legally. We're going to the next guest.
Hello?
Hi, welcome up.
How's it going? Oh, Danny boy!
Best argument I've heard so far. Go on to the next guest. Was that due process? If y'all can do me a favor and double check that you're following, all right? Everybody that sent the gift or subs so far, I love you all and I appreciate you all. But I'm not asking for any gifts. I'm not asking for any subs. The only thing I'm asking is if you could double check next to my name. There should be either an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval that says follow, you got to hit the follow button. Oh, hi, welcome up. Frankie, you're live. Bueller. Thank you for the follows, everybody. So for those that don't know, while this person is getting their life together, for those that don't know, I will be participating in the Unfuck America tour starting on April 22nd, which is Tuesday. The tour aims to combat all of the lies told by Charlie Kirk and his organization, Toilet Paper USA. For those that don't know, the biggest shift in any demographic towards the right in the last election was young men, so 18 to 29. And a big part of that is because of organizations like Charlie Kirk's. Charlie Kirk and his organization spent over $40 million in the year 2023, an off-year election. We don't know the number for 2024 yet. $40 million in the year 2023 going around to college campuses spreading fake news. So I should be live on April 22nd from Texas A&M in College Station. If you're not following, there's also the Unfuck America Tour main page will also be live. A bunch of other creators, 30 other creators, including Parker, Get a Job, Dean Withers, and Santana, a bunch. I can't even, if I start naming them, it'll be unfair because I'll miss so many. So if you'd like to support the tour, it's the first link in my bio. But in the meantime, we're going to go to the next guest. Yeah, Johnny Palmadessa, Mermaid. Thank you, Cam, for the I Love TikTok. No, Harry will not be in attendance. Oh my God, you don't name your crush. I think Good Trouble might not be going anymore. So I can't speak to Good Trouble. All right, we're going to go to the next guest, and then you know what? We'll go to the website real quick. Ron James. Careful, last time we talked about this, all hell broke loose. Yeah, but this time I'm pushing back. Hi, welcome up.
I got
Sarah?
it for you. What are you doing?
All right, next guest. That was Trump's administration on the other line, by the way. Hi, welcome up. User 52791692. Hi.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Did you mean to join? Okay.
Mimi.
We're going to go to the next guest. Hi.
Hello?
Up.
Hello. So I have a response to this. I've been hearing like this other side saying that he was connected to MS-13. Is that true?
No. But there's no evidence of it.
And then he was charged in 2019 in a court, right, for that?
No. He wasn't charged for that. I think he was charged with an unrelated crime, and then he was granted temporary protective status.
Oh, so there's like no proof of this. So then why are people saying that?
Because they're like horrible people that'll defend whatever Donald Trump does.
And then they said that they don't. The only reason why, the only due process day people deserve are corpus something. What's this called? Corpus. I forgot what's it called. Part of the Constitution. It's something that deserves.
Habeas
deserves
corpus?
due process. Habeas corpus. Yes.
Is that what it? I mean, I don't know this argument. I've never heard this argument before. So
Say that only immigrants deserve that type of like due process.
I mean,
Habeas
if you, the
corpus.
Constitution is pretty clear that anyone in this country has the right to due process.
Okay, and I just feel like,
Yeah.
because I've been hearing arguments about this, saying that he was part of MS-13, he has ties to different parts of the gangs and stuff like that, and said that he was deported because he's not supposed to be here. Sorry. He's not supposed to be here, and he wasn't like, he's illegal. Which doesn't, because he was trying to get asylum, right?
Yeah. So he was granted temporary protective status in 2019. And he's married to a U.S. citizen. He has children who are U.S. citizens, and he was essentially disappeared and sent to a concentration camp.
Okay, sorry. By the way, I'm 22. I voted for Kamala. I just wanted to, because I debated a bunch of people, and they said these exact things, and I'm like,
Ask them to provide evidence.
I did, but all they provided was this 133-page jury thing that was done in like this year about his process. I mean, it all said speculation. It's like no actual evidence. It was just saying that he was suspected to be aligned with MS-13. I'm like, that's the same as saying Trump's aligned with the mafia, because his lawyer is like, the lawyers for mafia bosses and stuff. You're connecting dots that are, Okay, well, that's the only thing I wanted to make sure of, because I didn't really understand that part where they were saying that they had evidence saying that he was connected to MS-13 and he deserved to go to El Salvador because he's not supposed to be here anyways.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, it's the thing is there just isn't really any hard evidence for this, and regardless, he should have gotten due process to determine if he was a member of MS-13.
Yeah, and I feel like sending him to a place that is known for civil rights and human violations is actually terrible.
I agree.
And no one deserves that.
Right now, we don't even know if they're alive.
Yeah, and it's crazy that nobody really cares, and especially like with the trade wars going on as well. Have you heard about the 225% or 13% tariffs that are being risen because of China? Trump and China.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not following that as much right now because we have
that topic. Yeah,
the topic, but yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, and it makes me think that because it's a lot, there's people that don't realize how scary what's going on is. The fact that we can have legal residents deported without due process, the fact that the Trump administration is looking into ways to deport legal American citizens. You probably haven't even heard about this, but they're looking for ways to deport "quote unquote" homegrown criminals. So if
that doesn't make sense. So they vote for a president that wants this, right? That hates criminals, but he is a convicted felon. That's just hypocrisy.
Yeah, they're not the sharpest tools in the shed. No.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if he's going to buy that logic, homegrowns are next, then he should deport himself.
I agree.
And then I also feel like from in this standpoint, like with that type of saying, like, I don't think, even though they're done heinous crimes and whatever, if they're gonna give rights to people, right? They're like, oh, we're following the Constitution. Americans, right, that were born here, they can't get deported to another country they're not born of. That doesn't make sense.
Right? That doesn't make sense.
But they deport people that are legally here that are not supposed to be deported because they could be like, oh, we don't care about them. But these people, it doesn't make sense. Like, for me, it's just a whole pick and choose type of game. They just go with whatever they hear, and it's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
But thank you for informing me about that, because I was really confused about why they were saying the MS-13 thing and if he was supposed to be here or not. Because it's I don't really know if Garcia was legally here. Because I've read many things saying that he was, and he was in the process of getting asylum, and they just, you know.
Yeah. So the story is he came here when he was 16, and in when was that? I think that was 10 years ago. And then in 2019, he was granted protective status in this country for persecution. So essentially, from 2019 onward, he was here legally.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for informing me. I'm gonna get off now.
With the
So you
dog.
have someone else.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Neely, 1 second. Okay. Go to our next guest. Oh,
Hey, Dan.
hey.
I just wanted to bring up something interesting that I learned today. That so Trump is claiming that they can't get this guy back and all this. They have no power. So this is not the first time he's done this. In 2018, he also accidentally deported somebody to Iraq. And in that case, when it happened, the court demanded they needed to get him back. And they busted ass to go, and they didn't know where this guy was. There was no way to track him down, as opposed to they know where Garcia is exactly. His lawyers working with ICE and private investigators were calling airlines. They were in Iraq trying to figure out where he could possibly be, and they had to track him down and bring him back, and they did. So what's happening this time around? This is not everything they're saying is just it's bullshit. They've had to bring somebody back before.
Ange actually sent over those 2 of those cases. I'll pull them up right now. Second chat. So we have Ramirez versus Sessions and Samira versus Holder. And these are recent cases. The Samira versus Holder was in 2010, and then I think the Ramirez versus Sessions, 2018. So this has happened before, where people have been deported mistakenly and they're forced to be brought back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the difference. People, they're just not listening this time.
Yeah.
So, no, it's craziness. It's awful, and I can't believe that MAGA can defend it. I mean, well, he this, he that. It's like, no matter what, they said it was an accident. They didn't mean to deport him, so you got to bring him back. And B, no due process. He's a legal resident. These are rights, guys. This is
from ICE.gov, by the way, which is the protocol for returning lawfully removed aliens. So it's all here. It's on their website. There's a process for this.
Yep. All right. That's it. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you so much.
All right, cool. Thanks, Dan. Bye.
It's up to El Salvador now. Well, it wouldn't have to be if the Trump administration, the thing is they haven't done anything to try to get this person back. And if it becomes clear that El Salvador doesn't want to even prove that the person is alive, then we should end all our agreements with El Salvador, and particularly with CICOT, right? Assuming our government doesn't want to participate in human rights violations. All right, going to the next guest. Baron Trump is in the chat. Hi, welcome up. Hello? Bueller? All right, really quick. We're gonna do. We're gonna quickly go over. Actually, we'll do one more guest. Hold on. Hi, welcome up.
Hey Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
So I actually had a question that I'm not sure if you'll know, but I'll ask anyway. So I work in the music industry, and a lot of what I do is routing tours for artists and stuff like that. So we're applying a lot of O1 visas for what we do for the tours, and I'm not really sure how what's going on with the government is going to affect that going forward. I just wanted to get your insight potentially.
I'm not informed. I'm not informed enough about this to have an opinion on it.
Okay, I'll give a little bit of context. So when artists, musicians apply for an O1 visa from another country, they have to declare a lot of information, a lot of personal information that a lot of what's going on right now may not be very easy to obtain approval to come into the country and do work. So that's really the direction of my question here.
Yeah, I mean,
like someone coming from Canada or Europe or Australia or whatever, would it be harder in the current administration, or would it make things, easier, whatever it may be?
I would think it would be harder, but again, I don't want to speak on something I'm not informed on.
That's fair. That's fair.
Which is, I wish everyone would like that, but yeah. So, yeah, I wish I could help you.
Hey, no worries, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Yep, no worries.
Bye. Okay, go to the next guest. Yes, Malik. Other countries are putting out travel advisories, and I don't blame them. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
How's it going, Dan?
All right.
Love your lives. Love listening to your lives.
Thank you.
I was wondering, what do you think it's going to take for the Democrats to stand up?
Well, some of them are, but it looks like most of them aren't really.
I mean, we can only have so many Cory Booker's speaking for
Bernie Sanders,
however long, and then Bernie Sanders and AOC's, and
yeah, I genuinely don't know. I don't know if it's it'll take mass protests. I don't know. I mean, I was
wondering
oh, go ahead.
What's it going to take for the Trump administration to do?
Well, I know this is pushing this situation with Garcia is pushing a lot more people, a lot more Democrats to do something actually active. But
yeah,
I'm the problem. So it's kind of a double issue. Issue number one. Thank you, Doug. Issue number one is that there's not much they can do in their position. But then issue number two is, well, at least there should be some kind of disobedience, I guess.
Yeah,
there should be some.
There should be a lot more that they could be doing.
A lot more filibustering. Like, for example, so this is just a small example. Again, there's not much they can do in the minority, unfortunately.
Right.
But a small example is at the unofficial State of the Union that Trump had, which was filled with lies. We had Al Green essentially heckle the situation and speak his mind, and he had to be escorted out. If all the Democrats decided to go up one at a time, then he would have never been able to get in a word in edgewise. Right. Now, that might be seen as childish, or that might be seen as not accomplishing anything, but ultimately, if they're preventing what the people on the left and what Americans that are watching recognize, they'd be preventing a fascist from spreading hateful rhetoric, which is what he did up there. So, yeah, I mean, like chat saying, some senators are going to El Salvador. I'm totally fine. I think now is the time to be criticizing the Democratic Party, not right before an election.
Oh yeah.
So I'm totally cool with criticizing those. I think what's really important is that we you call your representative and senator when you think they should
Yeah.
be doing more, and then you also call them when you think they did something right. So, yeah, I think I personally, unfortunately, my my rep and senator are Republicans, so I don't think they give a fuck about
Yeah.
anything I say to them. The reality is, I think we should probably have an impeachment of Tom Homan or whoever. I guess whoever is in charge of these deportations. And
Yeah.
you know, obviously, how I feel about Donald Trump, but yeah, I don't give a fuck.
I
So-
just feel like things are just gonna get like worse and worse and worse, and then it'll just become like the like norm, you know?
Yeah, but yeah. So Trump in the Trump era has led to so much normalization of
Yeah.
the breach of norms, so much normalization of hateful rhetoric, so much normalization of just lies. Like, so what's really frustrating is when they treat like, to avoid looking biased, the media, like particularly like CNN, like not
Right.
liberal media like MSNBC and not conservative media like Fox News, like CNN, like regular media, to avoid appearing biased, give equal judgment to Trump. It's like, okay, Trump lied about this, this, and this, but like Kamala, she had a lot of trouble answering this question. Guys, you should have been you should be talking about the fact that he tried to overthrow the election nonstop. How are we not talking about
Yeah.
this? But because the candidate, and we gotta give them, a fair shake. It's and that's something that's been normalized. That's not something that we would have seen with Nixon
Right.
when Watergate happened. His own party was ready to impeach him and remove him from office. The media was against him because when the fact of the matter is, when you report on the facts, if it's very clear that one side is in the wrong, it should be reported that way.
Yeah.
But it's been normalized not to. So
Yeah, I just feel like things are just gonna get like worse, and then we can't like undo it, you know?
yeah, it's hard to get the toothpaste back in the bottle.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thank you for coming up.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Love listening to your lives.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Look at South Korea's PM attempting a coup. He was unanimously impeached for it. Yeah. So other countries know the assignment. There's something about the United States, or like half of our citizens, that just love subjugation. They love bootlicking. I don't get it, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know what about our society led us to this point. Hey, Dan, thoughts on HR 1526, the end of the Constitution? HR 15. Bill limits the authority of federal district courts to issue injunctions. Specifically, it prohibits a district court from issuing an injunction unless the injunction applies only to the parties of the particular case before the court. So I'm not a constitutional attorney, so I can't say if it's officially unconstitutional, but I can say it again erodes the separation of powers. Right? There's supposed to be a check on the president, and there's supposed to be a check on Congress, and there's supposed to be a check on the courts. They're supposed to balance each other out, right? But if we keep taking power away from the courts, and Congress is already relinquishing their own power, then all we have is the president, aka the dictator. All right, go to the next guest. The fascist playbook, yeah. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, sorry it's me again, but I just have a question for you this time. I didn't realize I phrased it like a statement last time, so my bad. I'm on Google right now, and I'm trying to understand what kind of work permit he has. Because according to Google, apparently, like, if it's not a green card, if it's like an EAD or just a temporary visa, they won't be considered a legal resident.
So it's the 2019 protective order from the immigration judge.
Okay.
That's what you need to look into.
The withholding from removal? Okay.
Yeah, removal to El Salvador.
Gotcha. And then I guess my other question is, say, things do go well, we get him back. What's to stop the administration from deporting him to another country? Because it seems like with that order, I did look into it a little bit. Maybe it's my misunderstanding, but it seems like if they can deport him to another country as long as another country agrees.
I believe might be right, but again, I really don't want to speak on things I'm not certain on. I don't understand how, like, that to me that doesn't sound like deportation. That sounds like banishment or exile. But
fair.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all
right.
I got for you. So I appreciate it.
No, you're good. Thank you. Oh, Ange can clear this up.
I totally was going to cancel it. The only time that that's applicable that I'm aware of is if the if the immigrant that they're trying to deport to another country not only has a risk of persecution in their home country, but then has a risk of persecution in ours, I think is the only, and I think they have to agree to it as well. It's like a third country deportation, I think is what it's called. Really, really rare. We don't use it. Anyways, I was going to cancel my thing. You can, you can bounce me. Uh-huh.
Okay. Let's get one more like debate at least.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I had a question about the tariff. So I was looking at a interview with Yanis Varoufakis the other day on Novara Media. He's like a former Greek finance minister, and what he basically said is that while it will have detrimental effects on the U.S. economy, tariffs might actually work to increase labor standards in China, and also increased investment in Europe because of the amount of goods that no longer will be sent to the United States. So in China, for example, it will mean it would mean a increased standard of living because of the domestic market. They will need to increase their domestic market for goods in order to deal with the fact that they're not going to be exporting as much to the United States. And then in Europe, we've seen a lack of investment over the past 20 years or so, and this will essentially get European capitalists to increase investment in Europe to also kind of increase the domestic market.
I mean, this is an interesting opinion, I suppose. I can maybe see part of this being true. Maybe investment into Europe would increase, but I don't know why the work conditions in China would get better. In fact, if anything, the easiest way to get work conditions in China to get better is to normalize relations in a way where we do some kind of trade agreement, like NAFTA or like the TPP would have been. Trade agreements are a great way to get countries to agree to certain standards, and I don't know why just China not being able to deal with the U.S. would mean that they would increase their work standards. But anyway,
the question is more like, will they increase like basic safety nets for Chinese people?
Why would they do that?
For example, like minimum wage, introduce a minimum wage.
Why would they do that? Why?
Well, in order to spur a domestic market to deal with the
they don't need a domestic market. They have the whole rest of the world.
Right, but the whole rest of the world doesn't consume. We consume 30% of the world's goods in America. So therefore, I mean, that is a huge hit to anybody who can't trade with the United States. So therefore, you have to increase your domestic market.
I mean, I think listen, this is an interesting opinion. I don't agree with most of it. But anyway.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Bro, can we get a debate? Yeah, I agree. Sample text. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, I'm not debating, but I just had a question. Why do you think that the Supreme Court would render themselves defunct by giving him immunity? And then they're smart people. They knew that he would do something like this.
So, I really can't speak to their motives in the immunity ruling. If I were to venture a guess, I would say it could have been they just didn't want him, prosecuted for January 6th and didn't really intend on him having an entire fascist takeover. But
Yeah. Would they not really intend it? That's my point. Like, they're smart people, you know?
So what the case actually, what the ruling is that the president cannot be prosecuted for crimes they commit doing official acts as president. So, like it's not full immunity, but yeah, I still disagree with the ruling. But either way, yeah, I don't want to venture guess into what they were thinking. I have no idea.
Yeah, okay, I'm trying to find that answer.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to ask them, I guess. But all right.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, Dan. I'm not here to debate or anything, but I was just curious. Did you hear about the immigration lawyer that got an email saying that she should leave the U.S.? I was just kind of wondering on what your opinion is on that.
I did not hear about it. But thank you for coming up.
Of course.
I'll debate you, Dan. Australian politics is way more comical than American politics.
Chris, whatever you want to say, make it quick. Oh, Violet Crumble. Is that popular in Australia?
Yeah, it's pretty popular.
Okay, I tried it. It's gas. Okay, go ahead.
Nothing. I joined ages ago, but your patience meter is super low, and you should probably raise it a little bit.
Thank you. Next guest. Okay, none of these guests are debating me.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Hector. Hi, welcome up. User 5279169235011.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Happy Humanist. Okay. So really quick, I'm gonna tell you guys an anecdote.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Neely. So a couple days ago, my mom expressed concern.
I love Tesla. I love Tesla.
Thank you, Alter Ego. Thank you, Nicole. My mom expressed concern about me continuing to do these live. And the reason she stated was that this administration, she didn't use these words, she's speaking in Arabic, of course. This administration seems corrupt, and it reminds her of the types of things. My mom is not MAGA, no. It reminds her of the types of things that Bashar al-Assad did in Syria. Namely, deporting dissidents, disappearing people that criticize the leader. And I told her, well, we're not at that point yet. But I think it really kind of hit me. Because like she's not going based off vibe, she's literally going by personal experience.
Well,
Hi, welcome back.
requested mistakenly, I think.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Dan, what are your thoughts? I mean, I agree with one of the comments before that we shouldn't obey in advance. And then what I told her is that, listen, if they disappear me, I'll be like a martyr, you know? Although it'll probably be too late at that point, right? That being said, I want it on record. I do not have self-unaliving thoughts. I do not have enemies that would like to do me harm. So if I am unreachable for whatever reason, maybe just don't buy the first story. That's all I'll say. No plans to leave the country or anything at all, right? No current plans to leave the country. I want that clear. No current plans to leave the country. Can you say it again so I can screen record? Okay. I, Dan Malik, do not have any thoughts of ending my existence on this earth. I have no plans on leaving this country. I have no enemies that would like to do me harm. And so if I stop going live without warning and you are unable to reach me, it may or may not have been the United States government. Okay. All right. If you start wearing a red hat, we'll know you're cloned. Hey, Aaron, that's interesting. Not a bad idea. On you, I've seen Liam Neeson do it. I look forward to your true crime doc. And what are your thoughts on Puerto Rico statehood? I think we should have done a long time ago. Okay. So for those that were wondering about the Unfuck America tour, we'll pull that up real quick here. So, we actually, you know what? We're gonna go through all the creators again, like last time, except this time, if we could keep the haters in the chat to a minimum, that would be perfect. So, Young Fuck America Tour featuring Dean Withers and Parker Get a Job. And here are the creators on the tour so far confirmed. We have Adam Mockler, Amanda, this is No Rads, American Hannah, Andra, Becca Day, Brielle, CFH Unfiltered, Chaz and Go, Chasing Oz. Chasing Oz, excuse me. Chris Gonzalez, y'all know as Chris Venture Capitalist. I don't know who this guy is. Hear me out on this. I'm just Xander. It's Luke 7. Jessica Wu. Just Talk 3. Joe Hubbard. Johnny Palmadessa. Another friend of the live. Kyle IPHD. Long Live Judah. Mandy Ray. It's Luke is my go. Yeah, I'm really excited to meet It's Luke. Mermaid TM. Mr. Jones X. Nathan Joop. Off Jawagon. Do you know them all? So I know some of them. So it ranges from people that I'm friends with to people that I follow to people that I know of to people that I've never heard of, but I'm getting to know. Yeah, we're all getting to know each other now. We're in like a group chat and everything. Oh, that's Rich. Peyton. Pissed Off Bartender. Pickles GGS. Proletariat Repair. Saadia. Santana Jones, another friend of the live. Simple Black Theory. I love this guy's videos. I believe TC stands for Tyler Carpenter. That Weird Gecko Guy. The Conscious Lee. And Vic Myers, who is 100% confirmed so far. There are a few others that are not on this page that I do believe are going to be there. Let me see who I don't follow and start following them. Hang on, chat. Okay. I definitely follow Adam Mockler and No Rads and American Hannah. Andra is I Hope You Find Your Dad. I think I follow. Yes, I am. I'm following Andra. What else we got? Becca Day, I know wasn't on the site before, so I'll drop a follow. Okay. Jaden would be great too.
Tesla.
Yeah.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Trap Tot. There should be a little Marco plush. Second chat. I would like to introduce you all to IRL Lil Marco. He will be joining us on April 22nd. This fine gentleman graced the P.O. box. And if the person who sent it would like to be shouted out, I will gladly do that. Just let me know. How are you going to attach him? I have no idea. have concept of diplomacy. Magnets. That was in the PO box. Well, not just like that. It was in like an envelope. Yes, Gav, I did see that. What's the website to find those people? This is unfuckamericatour.com. I will say there is a range of political opinions on that site. Obviously, we're all, anti-fascist and on the left, but we range from like just regular old liberals to like full communists, I think. So I could be wrong on the communist thing, but there's a range from the left. You need a little Bernie on the other shoulder. Probably politics needs an invite. Probably would be great. Mr. Jones is a communist. Okay. Becca Day, Brielle we follow, CFH we follow, Chasing Oz follow. Do not. Okay, follow. Chris, obviously we follow. Hear me out on this, we follow. I'm just Xander. I'm like 85% sure we follow. Oh, no, we didn't. Okay, follow. Yeah, no Reds is here. It's Luke, we definitely follow. I know we follow Jess Talk and Joe Hubbard. Let me check Jessica Wu. Yeah, we're following her. Yes, we are following Parker and Dean. Wait, what did Barbie say? I missed it. Red Cross should be there. Oh, I would love if Red Cross went. Johnny, we follow. Let me see file. And Kyle, we follow now. Long live Judah and Mandy Ray. I believe we followed last time. Red Cross is how I found this community. I mean, we love Red Cross here. No more debates. There was no one in the box. Doesn't Brett live in Texas? Yes, he does. I think I follow everyone on this row. Off Joe Wagon. Okay, now I follow everyone on this row. So many people. Well, one of these people I cannot follow. Oh, that's Rich. Follow. Peyton is. Fuck, hold on. Vanny. I think I follow this person. What's the site? It's unfuckamericatour.com. Yeah, I follow P. Vanny. Proletariat Repair. I've never heard of this person. Proletariat Repair. Oh, wait. They don't look like that. Wait. Okay, hold on. All right, this makes a lot more sense. Um, uh, Sadia? Sadia? I don't want to mispronounce her name. Follow. I'm actually one of the smallest creators on this list. Already follow Santana, of course. Simple Black Theory. I just got the follow back recently. I love this dude's videos, man. TC, I believe I follow. That weird gecko guy. Follow. You and I did an art project together in my sleep. He's still not on the list. Yeah, I don't know if GT's coming anymore. Fortunately. My dreams are dashed. Okay, cool. We're following all but one of them. Gucci. You jinxed it, Dan? Yeah, I think I did. Can we all show up and just yell out gift sounds randomly? I don't see why not. Good luck with the debate. Thank you. I love Tesla. I call dibs on Tesla. Dan, will you be streaming on YouTube? No. Unfortunately, because I won't have my setup, I'll only be able to stream on TikTok for that. Thank you, Color Me Random. Now all my coworkers say I love Tesla. Hey, what's up?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple things. One, you said that you want to focus on your debate on the Constitution aspect, right? You don't want to get distracted by other topics. And Charlie Kirk, he's the pivoter in chief, right? He's like, he will ask you random questions about like name every amendment or some shit. But like, if you want to debate the specific Constitution parts, there's a guy on YouTube, and he has a Substack too. Pisco, on Twitter, he's Pisco Liddy. He just constantly, he's like a lawyer. He debunks MAGA on everything. Like he reads all the documents. He has all the references. He has all the theory. He was on Tim Pool not so long ago, debating, I think, Mahmoud Khalil, and I would recommend you talk to him. I think, you know, if you DM him and like, hey, I'm going to debate Charlie Kirk, maybe we can talk and like prep or something. I think he would be valuable. I think he's extremely knowledgeable. The other thing, did you just say that we might join and like say random like emote names or whatever, or emote sounds?
Well, that's what chat was saying. Like, if they're there in person, they can say whatever they want.
Yeah.
It's a free
So
country.
before I go, Obama, right? Obama, that's true. Either way, bye bye.
Bye. Wait, chat. Hold on. Hold on. There might be some hatchet burying happening on Discord. 1 second. What is this? Oh, wait, this isn't Discord. Oh, this is Signal. Okay, I'm not gonna read this out loud. But if y'all want to look at my face while I'm reading it. And don't leak the war play. All right, chat. In a few minutes, I will be following everyone on the list, okay? Thank you, Underdog. Hear one sentence. I can. It's private. It's Signal. It's, you know, you're not supposed to leak things in Signal, isn't that? Okay. Okay, so first of all, let me tell you what I like. I like that the reenactment of the priest. Okay, that's good, Carmine. I like that I have somewhat tailored the community to be similar to me in some aspects. So, for example, there are 400 people still here in the hopes of a little bit of spilled chisme. And I appreciate that. We're brainwashed. But no, I am not going to talk about anything that I just got. Such a chismosa. I feel that. Okay. Where were we? Hi, welcome up. Nope, never mind. They're not connected. Dan, give us the TCJA at least, just the crumbs. Okay, I will give you guys the crumbs. All right, I will give you guys the crumbs. Because y'all already know. I've already talked publicly about certain situations. Okay, this is all I'll do. There's the crumbs. There's the crumbs, okay? If you know, you know. All right? If you know, you know. That's it. That's it. I'm not getting into anything more detailed. I'm sorry. He's reading the teleprompter. Good, Nicole. Mandorific, it wasn't direct. It was it's a whole thing. Anyway. It's good. The left is uniting. Dan went childcare is childcare on us.
Hi, I'm friendly. I'm friendly, but do you think he's still with us?
If I were a betting man, I would say possibly. I would say probably not.
Okay.
But I don't know for
I
sure.
was just
obviously.
wondering. I agree, but anyway, I'm a friendly.
Damn. I killed the mood. Not the guest's fault, by the way. Obviously. The topic on the screen. Why else would they be delaying his return is my thing. Yeah, exactly, SpongeBob. I agree. Like, you can maybe have an argument that eyeballs emoji. You can maybe have an argument that like El Salvador wouldn't want to return them because the US is paying them money for it. You can make an argument that El Salvador doesn't want to return them because Trump is telling them not to return them because he doesn't want to admit a mistake. But none of those arguments would explain why there's no proof of life. That's it. That's the only thing that doesn't make sense. What's my definition of due process? I don't know, like a trial?
Friendly. There's just one more thing I wanted to mention.
Change the batteries in your. Oh, go ahead.
And so like, I just wanted to mention that another thing that I heard like one or two TikToks mentioning, but I wish people would talk about more, is that having Kilmar come back and having him tell his story is going to be very damaging, not only to El Salvador, but to the United States, because trust me, I'm on El Salvador Talk, and I saw all the propaganda of the prisons. And I'm going to admit, at first, I drank the Kool-Aid because, you know, El Salvador was genuinely being ravaged by gangs, and seeing Bukele clean the streets up was refreshing to see. And to see these like people who would chop babies up and who would, you know, unalive women in front of their kids in gruesome ways, seeing them get their just desserts felt good. But I think they want to keep a level of secrecy in these prisons, that if these people got out and spoke about what went on in there, it would really not be a good look for El Salvador. And then on the Trump side, it would be a bad look because obviously this is like the testing grounds for like a modern day like Auschwitz or Dachau. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah. That's no, that's an interesting perspective from the other side. Not the other side, you know, like from the El Salvador perspective.
I can go more into it if you want, but you know, it's up to you.
Well, what do you mean by more into it?
Well, because the thing is that like there's not too many anti-Bukele outlets in El Salvador. There are, but they're very much repressed. And at the beginning of when Bukele first came into power in 2019, there was lots of talk that he was breaking lots of rules and cutting corners to get his way. But the thing is that El Salvador really was being ravaged. This was a real problem. Unlike where over here, it's kind of like migrants are kind of like a scapegoat, and it's not actually true that they're ravaging people in El Salvador. Like when I would go visit certain family members in the capital in San Salvador, there were certain times of the night where I couldn't go out, or where I needed to be accompanied by somebody, by a relative, so that the gang members in the area knew that I was a friendly, so I wouldn't be approached. So the gang problem was a genuine danger. And so seeing that a president was willing to sort of break the rules a little bit, everybody was kind of okay with it. You know what I mean? So it's not like over here where these are sort of boogeymen that the right creates. Over there, that was a genuine problem. Unfortunately, this guy, I started getting weird feelings when I started seeing Bukele at like, I think it was CPAC. And then I saw him also like having meetings with lots of like right wing, like mothers for Trump, or like, you know, those like right wing looking influencers with him. But there were always whisperings of him imprisoning people arbitrarily that weren't getting due process over there. But I mean, I'm gonna have to be I'm just have to confess that like it was easy to overlook that when you saw just the overwhelming majority of people having their neighborhoods basically liberated. You know what I mean? There was this neighborhood where like even the police couldn't go in because it was so dangerous. There was no way of breaking ground into it. And then seeing those neighborhoods, seeing kids going to school, and seeing Bukele putting soccer fields in there and putting swing sets and all that in those neighborhoods, it was genuinely nice. And like I was there in 2023, and like just the breath of fresh air that when you would go to the Capitol, like I was in there's this place called Plaza Libertad, which translates to Liberty Plaza, right? And that looked like a European town now, and it was beautiful, and it was just so chill and so relaxed, and I had never seen El Salvador like that before. And I have to say that it's like very disappointing to see him cozy up to like, the orange guy. So I mean, there's that also, because it feels very strange to see how somebody, and especially during the pandemic, he did a lot for people there too. But then to see this too, it's like, of course we had to drop the ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, man.
Cool.
Thank you for coming
Thanks,
up.
man.
My chat's losing it about your smoke detector, but
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
all right, man. Have a good one.
Hey, what's up, man? Not much. I like what he had to say, but at the same time, it felt a little bit dangerous how he was saying it. I mean, I understand that probably are a lot of people that are very happy that El Salvador has been cleaned up. But the problem with a prison like that, and he kind of alluded to it with what he was saying, is like, oh, you don't see any anti-Bukele people in El Salvador. But who's to say that they're just not being sent to that prison?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It just doesn't sit well with me. That's just not how you clean a country up. Everyone deserves due process. I mean, I understand they were extremely bad people, but I'm reminded of a quote that I've heard, and I can't remember who it was that said it, but it was essentially, I would rather 10 bad men go free than risk one innocent man losing his life.
Yeah. That's actually it's not necessarily the same quote, but I've heard this as a comparison between Democrats and Republicans, where Democrats would rather like 10 people take advantage of a system if it meant one person was helped, whereas Republicans would not help 10 people if it meant one person was taking advantage of the system, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Anyways, man, I just wanted to say I do like what Toothpick had to say. Nothing against him. I just wanted to say.
He said he agreed with you, by the way, in chat. About,
okay. Well, awesome. Yeah, I was just saying, that line of thought may be a little dangerous.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right.
Thank you for coming up.
Yep.
All right, y'all. Before we go to the next phase of the live, I want to shout out some people. First of all, I want to shout out the mods. Okay, the mods have put in so much work. Not only keeping the peace in the chat, making sure that the Discord and the sources are updated. So we have Neely working on the source doc. We got Caffeine that made this caption up here. So if we can get some W's for the mods in the chat. And then I also want to shout out more. I also want to shout out Rainbow Primate, aka Dance Glen Dance, Ice Cold, and Chris. A lot of numbers for being the top 3 likers in the past 2 hours and 12 minutes. Okay. Dan, I cut the tip of my finger off at work today. LOL. I would not add an LOL there, but damn. So the plan was that we're gonna start reviewing some of these Charlie Kirk debates to see Pokemon after Charlie. We could. I took a very poorly timed nap today, so I'll probably be up for a while. Yeah, essentially we're gonna do the Charlie Kirk training arc. But I'm hungry. I do have overnight oats in the fridge, so it won't take me long to grab them. But I figured I'd let everyone know. Didn't Obama deport millions? No judge in sight. Why are you only mad now? I don't think you know what you're talking about. Is the answer to that question. The people deported were ones trying to cross the border illegally. Those that were deported that were already here saw immigration judges. So you're just wrong. I'd love for you to provide any evidence that Obama deported people without due process, but you just have vibes and feelings. So I can provide you evidence about the Trump administration deporting people without due process. Okay, Apollo Creed. This is super easy. This is super easy, buddy. You just come up and provide evidence that you did that, and then I'm a hypocrite. Right there. Boom. You proved that I'm a beta liberal cuck hypocrite. You don't have the evidence of that is the problem. That's why you're not going to request up. That's why you're not going to provide it. Are we paying El Salvador for this? Yeah, we are.
How you doing?
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right.
So, I just want to make a quick point about El Salvador, really too, right? When it's brought up about the crime rate, I actually got bored. I looked into it. The crime rate was dropping by like 15% for like 3 years before Bukele even went into office. And another thing is that Bukele's been caught bribing gangs in El Salvador. So this man is not at like the high pedestal that people hold him to be, like at all. When it comes with like the topics of like him being super harsh on crime, because he's already been caught bribing gangs, and in exchange for like territory.
I mean, it's giving Saddam. Because Saddam was also really tough on crime, right?
I was never around for Saddam. Yeah, that was kind of. It might have been crazy though for him. But yeah, no, so I just want to make up those 2 points then. You have a good day.
You too.
Hey Dan, how's it going?
Going all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just want to say first of all, I'm a big fan of yours. I've been a fan since Discovery Dan Parker. My question to you is, how would I say this? Since Trump's blatant actions of not following court orders, making obvious illegal attempts to undermine our constitution, and all the dealings with El Salvador's torture prison, basically. My question to you is, why is nobody taking action to impeach him or put him in jail or something like that? I mean, he had 34 counts, and he's not even facing 1 day in county jail. I feel like that's really telling to America and how they treat the rich rather than they treat, a regular, let's say, 18-year-old kid with marijuana.
I can answer this question. So as for the 34 counts, because he won the election before he was sentenced, or before he was able to be sentenced, they did what was called. And can you remind me of the? Essentially, they did an acknowledgement of his crimes without any punishment, which is unfortunate. But he's no longer able to be prosecuted, or he's no longer able to be punished for his 34 counts. Deferred judgment. Thank you, Ange. So that's about the 34 counts. He is still a convicted felon, and anybody that voted for him is out of their mind for voting for a convicted felon who was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. That's neither here nor there. We're not gonna unconditional discharge. Yes. So we're not gonna get into that. 34 counts. As for the impeachment for this stuff, you are 100% right. And if this was the Republican Party back in the Nixon days, we would be seeing a bipartisan impeachment and removal from office. Problem is that the Republican Party, as it stands right now, are so unwilling to go against Donald Trump. And part of that is because they want to be reelected, and their base really likes Donald Trump. Donald Trump has already threatened to, Elon Musk and Donald Trump have threatened to primary anyone that goes against Donald Trump. And anytime that Donald Trump did endorse a primary opponent,
My apologies. What does primary mean?
Okay, so before
sorry.
No, you're good. You're totally good. So before an election, we have a primary within the party. So for example, the nominee for the Republican Party last time was Donald Trump. He won the primary against other Republicans like Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, etc. I don't know if you remember those people. Hello? Are you there? Sounds like you're cutting out. Hello?
Yeah, my bad. I have really bad connection.
Yeah, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So, yeah, a lot of the Republicans aren't going to push back because they don't want to be primaried. A lot are just also in the cult, especially in the House. The House of Representatives is a bunch of NPCs at this point. They literally voted to give themselves less power. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how else to. I don't know where else we go from here. The problem. We have three branches of government, and they're supposed to be checks. They're supposed to be checking each other. The problem is that one of the branches of government does not want to use that power to check their president. So.
Yeah, and can I also add, I feel like at the same time, I feel like also a part of the blame can also be put on Democrats for being way too complacent as well. Do you agree?
I mean, maybe right
Well, actually,
now.
let me say that. Not complacent because they don't have the power in the Congress or nor in the House, but at the same time, they could be more outspoken, like Jasmine Crockett or AOC or Bernie.
I honestly, it's
yeah.
So it's really tough. I don't know if I would say blame. I definitely wish they were more outspoken, but it's only there's only so much you can do at this point. So it's just a tough spot. I think blame falls on Democrats that stayed home. I think those people were complacent. People that didn't realize that a guy who tried to overthrow the government is about to win the election and just stayed home because they didn't like Kamala. And yeah, the Democratic politicians now are probably not doing as much civil disobedience that I would like, given the fascist takeover. But yeah, it's a tough spot. You still there? All right. Well, your connection is cooked, so we're gonna go to the next guest. They aren't coordinated. Republicans organize their opposition. Dems don't. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, I have a question. So is the guy in El Salvador?
Is the guy in El Salvador?
Yeah, like the guy on the missing, like on your page.
Yeah.
And is he a citizen of the U.S.?
Not a citizen. He's a legal resident.
Okay, so Trump deported so he's illegal.
No, legal.
He's illegal, but he's not a citizen.
Legal. Yes, there are.
Okay, and so then why I'm so confused. So then why won't they send him back? Is he like a criminal?
Well, that's a great question. So El Salvador is claiming that he's a terrorist, but there's no evidence of that. The Trump administration said it was an administrative error that he was deported for that reason. So.
Okay, so why are we making such a big deal if his own government says he's a terrorist?
Well, we're making a big deal because the Supreme Court told the Trump administration they need to do everything in their power to bring this person back that was deported wrongfully, and they're doing nothing. They deported them without due process.
I'm sorry. Can you give me 1 second and let me get my in and out really quick? I'm at the drive-through, but just give me 30 seconds. Please don't kick me out. Because I'm Hi.
Okay.
Yes, please. Just give me 1 second, bro.
I got you. I won't kick you.
Yeah.
I kicked him. Hey, what's up?
That was perfect. Nothing much, Dan. How you doing? I know today was rough.
Yeah. Yes.
I have to know. I'm sure that chat is probably wondering too. How do you maintain your sanity? I know you always chalk it up to brain rot. I know you say that you've developed enough coping mechanism, but man, I get so frustrated like listening to some of the stuff that you deal with.
He's not sane, guys. Yeah, I mean that's what I always say is that that's the secret cap. I've always been insane or something along
Which is
those lines.
crazy because I say the same thing in my day to day, and that's literally how I say I have to laugh at this stuff just to keep myself from crying because it's just ridiculous the extremes these people will go to.
Yeah. I will say, if I wanted to answer the question seriously, I think a big part of it is that fortunately, through all of this, we've built a community of people with wrinkles in their brains, right? People that are also freaking out like I am, and it makes me feel more sane knowing that there are good people out there that are seeing what's happening and disagree. Because I remember when I started doing these lives, it was because I felt like I was being gaslit by America, in that nobody was talking about the guy trying to overthrow the government. 2020, like what, we just forgot about that? Like he's doing well in the primaries. He's about to, what's going on here? He's gonna win he won the nomination. Now he's polling ahead of Joe Biden, and I couldn't fathom it. But now I guess I have a little bit more perspective. While the people I've spoken to have taken a toll on my brainwaves, I have found countless amazing, empathetic, knowledgeable, and funny people to relate to. So I think that's a big part of it.
Well, thank you for your answer, Dan. I'm sure chat appreciates it. I sure as hell appreciate it. I appreciate you. And just to address some of the idiocy that every of the guests up here couldn't exhibit, all due process is the right to a trial with a judge, showing your evidence to prove innocence or guilt. That is due process. I know you know that, Dan. I know that most of chat knows this. I don't know if the two Republicans still in here needed the reminder, but due process is just court. It is literally your day in court. And not one of the conservatives that you brought up here to talk about this prompt, literally the one dude that was trolling quite literally had the best argument. That one dude that was like made those lewd sounds and
Yeah, I know
that
the
was
dude you're
literally the
referring
most
to.
that was literally the most coherent conversation. I'm gonna let you go for the night, Dan. Love everybody in chat. Hope everybody gets a good night rest. And hope you enjoy your day, Dan. Thank you for this. Thank you for really facilitating a place where we all feel a little bit more sane. Like, it must be really nice living in a world where you can pick and choose which words you want to believe and take that and go as the reality for the day. But I prefer facts, I prefer sources, I prefer tangible proof. So thank you for being one of the last bastions of that in this crazy ass world. Thank you, Dan.
And thank you, Malik. Really appreciate you. And you're a huge part of this community. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's no problem. I'm just glad to be a part.
Have a great night. I want to shout out YouTube and Twitch, the platforms that I keep forgetting that I'm currently live streaming to. Clutch Game, Louis, Gabriel, whoever else is watching on YouTube and Twitch. I have not forgotten you. Still here. I love you guys. Okay. Play COD? No, I don't. All right, going to the next guest.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Just popping in to say hello. I sit and listen to you now while I work on podcast scripts. Because that is my life right now. It's spring break. My children are driving me nuts. I hope you're having a better week than I am.
Well, I will say I do not have kids, so I can't.
I cannot give you voting results for Texas yet. I will give you guys that news as soon as we are allowed to talk about it, but I will say that it's going really well. We're gonna do this. We are going to pass in the reddest of red states, and I'm so excited. But it's not officially official yet. I'm so excited.
Well, let chat know what you're talking about while I grab my overnight oats. Some people might not know who you are.
Wonderful. For those who have not met me yet, I am Alora with the Money Out of Politics movement. We are a volunteer-led grassroots coalition looking to end financial influence in our election system. So we are entirely run by volunteers. Our founder is a 20-year combat veteran and active duty service member. We are here to accomplish one mission, establishing lasting political integrity in our democracy. We hope that by doing so, everyday Americans will choose to engage more in a political system that they believe represents them. Our first goal is to enshrine the For Our Freedom Amendment created by American Promise in the U.S. Constitution. We fully support the work of American Promise, and we are organizing our efforts to get this done. Passage of the amendment will give the American people and our legislators freedom to enact laws meant to reduce the role of money in politics. For us, this is a pivotal first step in accomplishing our mission. American Promise is succeeding. So far, 23 states have passed bills calling on Congress to pass the amendment, and we have a vote in Texas this week that looks like it will become state 24, but the vote is not official yet. It is happening though. Our second goal after that is to organize the March for Integrity on July 27th to show our government and people across the globe that we will stand to defend our democracy from all those who challenge its integrity. We support all legislation that bans political stock trading. No member of Congress or their family should be allowed to profit from insider knowledge. We, the people, demand effective legislation prohibiting stock trading, self-serving investments, and backdoor deals between Congress and corporate lobbyists. Additionally, we will call for legislation that imposes lifetime bans on corporate lobbying for all members of Congress. Number 4, we have a research team dedicated to expose and remove corrupt politicians through our Vote Them Out pledge. Every politician should be held accountable to their voting record, campaign funding sources, and financial dealings, and we will organize to remove those who serve financial interests and not their constituents. And finally, we wish to establish a publicly funded election system that will level the playing field and allow more everyday Americans the opportunity to run for office, giving hardworking and dedicated Americans a pathway to represent their communities. We want voters to feel like members of organizations with their political candidates, not their customers paying for the hope that maybe if I donate a little more, something will change. And ultimately, we envision an America where politicians spend their time working for the people and not trying to finance the next campaign to stay in office. And so for us, this is not an issue of left or right. It's a core issue of integrity. As a nation, we see declining rates of civic engagement, lower voter turnout, and trust in our electoral process as symptoms of a growing disease in our democracy that must be cured for us to heal. And for those who feel unrepresented in our current political system, our voice, our goal, we are here to tell you that your voice matters more than their money and that we have to fight for it. So that's my spiel. I figured I'd read it since it was in front of me and I've been writing it for your live this last hour. But yeah, so that is who I am. The vote in Texas is what I am excited about. And then we have a TikToker that has more than 3 million followers that has agreed to do a video for us. So I have been working on scripting and press kits for that. So I'm super excited. There is work being done to make this shit right, because I don't know if you guys have been able to sit here and watch this nonsense happen, but I know I haven't. And absolute win for Overnight Oats. I love them.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I haven't made them in a while. And funnily enough, it's because I forgot that they existed. Sorry.
Claire, oh no, you're good. Claire, so the vote in Texas, so we are calling on 38 states, because that's the required number of states to pass a constitutional amendment, to pass bills through their state houses and senates agreeing to ratify the amendment. So that is the goal, and currently we have 2 bills in Texas that are going through the voting process. So that Texas would be the next state to agree to ratify. Dan's doing a be right back. So Hawaii is involved, but we have actually already passed in Hawaii. Let me pull up the map for those of you who want to know. Let me pull up our state map. Yes, we have already passed in Hawaii. But we are still looking for more volunteers for MOP. You can donate, but we're not focused on donations right now. We really need volunteers. So we do have a Money Out of Politics GoFundMe, but that's not our primary goal. If you want to keep up with Money Out of Politics, In my bio, there's a link to our founder's TikTok profile, and he's at Quiet Mayhem. Volunteers to organize the march on July 27th, volunteers to pass out flyers, volunteers to do tabling at events. There's so many things, volunteers to do things like what I do, writing scripts for podcasts that we are building, just things like that. There's so much work to do. Our website is moneyoutofpolitics.org, Kevy, but we are not focused on big donations right now. We have not passed in Georgia. If you are looking to get involved with the Georgia team and volunteer to help get that done, we do Hill Days to talk to state legislators and things like that. You can, again, go to the Money Out of Politics website. What part of the legislation is to be passed? So this is a constitutional amendment. So in order to get it done, we have to pass through a majority of the House and the Senate and then be ratified in 38 states. So we are going the other way first. We're collecting our 38 states first and then going to the federal government. So the bill does not expire before we're able to get the amendment ratified. Is there any more questions while Dan is chewing?
Oh, I'm back now. I'm good.
Okay. Washington has agreed to ratify. The state of Washington. Money out of politics, but accepting monetary donations. Again, we're not focused on donations. I think we have less than $100
You don't have to. You don't
as
even
an
have to. You
organization.
don't even have to address that stupid comment. It's
Okay.
Yeah, it's the idea that people are going to organize and not need any money to do that organization is really silly. It's like when people said, "Oh, well, Bernie Sanders wants to only take small donations, but he still owns 3 houses or whatever." It's like, come on, like,
So we're not looking to ban all lobbying. We're looking to ban for-profit lobbying. So if you want to get together with a group to go lobby your Congress members for a specific issue, that is not our problem. It's when people are using it to make money. Any more questions? Yes, we have volunteer opportunities in every single state, and New York has agreed to ratify the amendment. New Jersey has also agreed to ratify. MOP is still looking for volunteers in every state. We have 23 states so far, and Texas should be state number 24. So we as internally as an organization do not agree with Citizens United. The goal is to make Citizens United null and void. However, when you go into red states with that kind of messaging, they hear you're anti-free speech because they associate Citizens United with free speech. So we don't use Citizens United in our official messaging because we're a nonpartisan organization and we want everybody to be able to agree on this. But yes, like as individuals, like our admin team, like Citizens United is hot garbage and it needs to go. You can view the map since people are asking about their individual states. If you go to americanpromise.net, you can view the interactive map the web admins have set up that will show you what states have passed. But yeah, I think that's all the questions that people asked. thank you for letting me steal your live for a minute. I hope that I've been able to provide some hope on a
very important
gloomy
issue.
night. Yes.
Thank you so much for hanging out.
Of course. Have a good night.
Well. All right. So we were gonna do some Charlie Kirk recon tonight to get ready for Tuesday. Paul actually in the box or no? I think Caffeine sent him an invitation that he didn't accept, and then he never requested again. Can I invite the weirdo in chat really quick? Yeah, invite him. Not gonna accept. He was not, Liam. Okay. Okay, but I need it not posted by Charlie Kirk. How do I find Charlie Kirk debates that are posted by third parties that are just recording it and not edited by Turning Point USA? Kirk know you guys will be there. I have to imagine he does at this point. And put up your new Kirk background. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, Rissa, but everything that's coming up is videos by him. Dan is volunteering his algorithm for this, so brave. Okay, hold on. Caffeine has graced us with another background. Watch Jubilee or Thursday, a debate with Parker. Jubilee video. Did we watch his Jubilee video? I can't remember. I feel like we did. Liam, we watched like 3 or 4 Jubilee videos, I'm pretty sure. Cisco's performance on Tim Pool. Well, it doesn't really have to... It doesn't help us with the Charlie Kirk situation. Everyone thank Caffeine for this lovely contribution.
Do you think men can give birth?
I think that.
Yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they
Assigned male at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think that a person.
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers. We
So
do
what's
not
the
know-
difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote
Because-
and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That was actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cells.
No,
It's not about. No, I'm
I know,
speaking.
we're-
No,
we're-
I'm speaking.
we're-
No,
we're
I'm
both
speaking.
pumped
No,
for
I'm
cells,
speaking.
okay?
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Want to say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
You know what? I actually think I might be regretting this. Hey, relaxed. Barbie, I don't think so. You regretting watching Charlie Cook content? And lost some HP in a few seconds. It's the price we must pay. So, okay, here's the thing. We've already watched this, right? I'm not going to debate him on abortion, which I know is a big topic in this in this Jubilee video. Dana's gonna fall down the alt-right pipeline. I can't read that comment. Y'all can read it. The MAGA, they can't read. If you watch on live to prepare, then we all suffer with you as tribute. Doesn't really talk about anything except LGBTQ, abortion, and healthcare. So there are. And can you say something about my MAGA ex-boyfriend? Good riddance. Hey, just saved up 1,500 to send you. Is the deal still on with the Dan coin? Yeah. I can squeeze you in. He's the undefeated champion of fighting imaginary enemies. Someone's heart me went to Dolphin Charlie. Wait, someone sent a heart me. I want to see that. Or a hat and mustache, maybe. Who's got a heart me in the tank? How is it going to him and not me?
Come on, man.
Thank you, Rose. At least with the hat and mustache, we were both cowboys. Someone asked what's the topic I'm most confident about. Honcho, links are in my bio. So I want to say probably probably like January 6th, but that leads into fascism and the rule of law and the Constitution, all that stuff. Like that's probably where I'm leaning. The thing is, I could debate abortion. I've learned a lot about some of these abortion laws that have led to.
No, get those lights off. Off.
Thank you, Caffeine. Some of the abortion laws that have led to the unaliving of women. You even have to say unaliving anymore, bro. But it's so here's my problem. Okay, I don't want to pick a topic where we can have a philosophical disagreement.
No,
that,
get those lights off. Off.
Thank you, relaxed. Or we can have a philosophical disagreement that the crowd can just agree with him on for vibes reasons. So, for example, there's nothing I can say to get Kirk to want trans people to exist or those awful people in the crowd, right? Fascists love vagueness. Yes, exactly. So, if you think abortion is murder, what am I going to say? What can I say that's gonna change anyone's mind on that, right? And if you don't think trans people exist, there's not anything I can say that's going to change anyone's mind. So what I want to hit a topic that conservatives should agree with if they weren't Trump sycophants. So, for example, the rule of law, the Constitution, the attempted coup. These are things that if you have all the facts and you're not in a cult, you should disagree with Trump on. You should disagree with the right on. How about bring facts about how much overturning the law has hurt people in such a short time? If you mean Roe v. Wade, it won't matter because no matter how many women are hurt, no matter how many trans men are hurt, anyone that can give birth, no matter how many people are hurt, it won't be as many as the fetuses that were killed that could have cured cancer or whatever. Like, there's nothing I can do about that argument. The economy is an interesting one. That's an interesting one. The no due process and Trump saying homegrowns are next. Deaf fake elector plot. So the problem with the fake elector plot is he's going to say like, oh, that was 5 years ago. Are we still talking about this? Some shit like that. So like now I'm leaning more towards something more current relating to the Constitution. Cannot legislate what's in a man's heart. The last good Republican. R.I.P. Eisenhower. Insider trading. He'd bring up Pelosi. Gen Z knows climate change is real. Do that. I'm not Charlie Kirk's audience. I think you need to look at vids of his college visits. What do people talk about? Yeah, let me see if I can find them that aren't edited by him. For AB, is he okay with exceptions for the mom's life? Ask him what part of death process women have to be in. That's a good argument, but it's never gonna get him to it's never gonna get him to concede. Even if they are him cooking, it still gives you material. Okay. Work. All right, this is about to fuck my algorithm up, but
yes, sir.
All right. Is this thing on? Oh, yeah, I guess it is. All right. My name is Blake.
Watch out, everybody. The master debater is here. Get him out. There's freedom of speech. If you don't like it,
I can't tell if Charlie or the guest is being heckled right now.
Why don't come up to the mic? Come on.
Why is his head shaped
Come
like
up
that?
To the mic. Come on. Come up to the mic. No, come on. Come up to the mic. Since you're so smart, show the world how smart you are. We'll give you our mic, not your bullhorn. So come on up. So now we know that you're like a blatant narcissist that needs attention at all times to cut in line. Tell us what's so pressing that you needed to interrupt us before he could even talk.
So,
let's talk about the 200 people deported without due process to El Salvador. I don't know if you saw this morning, but a United States citizen was actually deported.
It was not a U.S. citizen. That's not correct.
Liar.
It's not a U.S. citizen. It was
What?
actually.
Come on.
No, it was someone that was
Liar.
living here. Yeah, it was not a U.S. citizen.
Hey, this guy just f***ing lies. He it's not.
No.
Hey, no. You wanna?
Okay, there's a small chance the person debating him drunk.
You wanna have a debate, but you don't
It was
debate.
not a U.S. citizen. First of all.
You wanna have a debate, but you actually don't debate. There's nothing more
Okay,
ill
so-
faith than
Okay,
this.
so
No, you're not.
we already have a
Name,
mic.
name 2 times. Name 2 times where you've changed your
Show me
mind.
you're losing without telling me you're losing.
What? So you're just gonna lie?
Well, first of all, it's not a U.S. citizen. He was living here for a while. He was part of MS-13. Answer yes or no.
Okay.
Should members of a terrorist organization be able to stay in the United States after they've murdered, raped, and gone after
No,
American citizens?
obviously no.
So we have deported those people back to their country.
Yeah, so the problem here is that like the guest came unprepared. I don't know what case they're talking about, but if someone is a legal resident, they are entitled due process. You are saying that this terrorist murdered, raped, and went after American citizens. Without due process, there is no way to prove that. That's the point here. So right now, I can say Charlie Kirk has murdered, raped, and went after American citizens, but and it's like I didn't give you a chance to rebuttal. Something along those lines. Or the college students? Yeah, I think so. He only debates college students in a crowd of his supporters. Call out his leading questions. I don't know that would help. I'm trying to think. He's talking about the Kilmar case. Imagine being booed whilst tired and hungover trying to debate. Honestly, if there weren't so many other creators going, I would beg you not to go, Dan. Why? You support deporting terrorists? Leading question, he's not a terrorist. E16, I appreciate the offer, but I am not interested. Thanks anyway. So I'm not sure how you can argue the embodiment of brain rot. April 22nd being Boggs. Last night, Dan, even I wanted to talk to you. It's a physical event, Tyler. So here's the thing. There's also the chance that I might not be able to debate him. From what I understand, the event is 2.5 hours. We know we're going to want Parker and Dean to get in there. I personally want to see Chris Venture Capitalist get in there. Most of the creators going are not going to be debating Charlie. They're going to be making content. They're going to be, I think we're going to be registering people to vote. It's not one-on-one. Well, I mean, it's one-on-one like this.
That's what they've done.
Like, hold on. Like, pretend that's me, but without the air horn, bullhorn. What are those called? Well, I mean, it's kind of one-on-one, but like the crowd is usually supporting Kirk. Megaphone? Oh yeah, megaphone. Did you eat barbecue in Houston? You know what's funny? I actually didn't. I wanted to, and it never happened. But no, if you thought this was going to be like a one-on-one formal debate, that is not it. I wish. I would love that. Oh, I did have Hawaiian barbecue, technically. Doge could be good if you can memorize the numbers. The problem with Doge is that he'll pivot to wasteful spending. And wasteful spending is really, really, that's a really good talking point for like the smooth brains in the crowd. Like, are we really going to spend $50 million on Iraqi condoms in Venezuela or whatever? He refuses to debate Parker and Dean again, so it should be pretty great. I haven't looked deeply into the Doge whistleblower thing. Free speech on campus, like actual freedom of speech. He's just gonna say that Mahmoud Khalil was a Hamas supporter, right? Ask him how he would feel if Barack Obama made George Soros in charge of our budget. Regardless of Kirk, what's your strongest topic anyway? I mean, it's probably the fake elector plot. I don't know. I actually don't have any strong topics. I don't know why you guys follow me. Alexander, that is a great question. But he would say DEI. DEI has led to unqualified people getting positions that qualified people should have had or some shit like that. The real answer is racism. I think debating him in good faith is pointless. You need to humiliate and ridicule. Jack, can I be honest? I still don't know who George Soros is, and I'm not going to learn. Yeah, I don't know who George Soros is, and now I'm too afraid to ask. George Soros is like the Republican boogeyman. He is everything that Elon Musk is actually. So like they say George Soros funds all the elections. George Soros is paying people to vote for Democrats. George Soros is has his is influencing primaries and stuff, and it's all stuff that like Elon Musk is actually doing. I haven't got my George Soros check yet. Alleged Democrat donor god. I mean, he is a Democratic donor, and that's the end of the list. Like, he's not this. I also think there's probably some anti-Semitism going on, like the Jews control the world kind of thing, with George Soros. We are all George Soros. Donnie said he was going just to curse him out in Italian, and I love that. Yeah, I mean, I could curse him out in Arabic, but we just follow you to hear you pronounce names right and speak other languages. Danger, don't do that. Yeah, no, I will not do that. I will not do that. No, I want to listen. I think my knowledge base, okay, is probably not as deep as some of the other people going. But I think one thing I am relatively good at is probably just debating in general. We need to find a good topic to where I can I can actually debate the man. Because I usually don't let people squirm or pivot. Oh, thank you, Rissa. Although I do crash out sometimes. You debate on calling out lies. What I could do. All right, so here's an idea. I could start the debate on a topic where I know what lie he's going to tell. Right? So almost set a trap for him that when he tells the lie, I pull out the receipts, like literally from my pocket. Just call out the lies. I was thinking about that too, like a long list of all his lies. You have to prep like that? Yeah. Back him into a corner before he knows he's in a corner. Look up Charlie Kirk dolphin embryo. Epic, we know. We know. With all his lies on a comically long piece of paper. Yeah, I posted this in my mod chat, actually. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it. Like a scroll. Yes. It's literally a scroll. Hold on. I swear I posted a scroll with long paper in the mod chat. Cat and I, listen, we're simpatico. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it was Cuzco. Hold on. Cuzco scroll. This is the GIF I posted. The GIF I posted. Like if I just walk up and just pull that out. Where can you get scrolls printed in 2025? Ask if he supports free trade or bringing back manufacturing jobs because their logic keeps switching. Howdy, Homac. Dan the internet. Definitely find it in TikTok shop. Bring a printed U.S. Constitution. Scroll printing near me. Dan search history. It would be good meme content, but I don't think him or any of his followers would care. Well, I think if his followers booed me on a situation like that, I would just say, what is it like to just be comfortable being lied to so often? Like you recognize these are lies and you're still supporting him. Like at what point do you take pause and say, okay, well, if he's willing to lie to me about all of this, then maybe he's lying to me about other stuff. Like, don't you guys have any thoughts of your own? Any free thinking, wrinkles in your brain, something? I'll debate the fucking crowd. Actually, that might be what I should do. Like, y'all know when I pop up on chat, when we have like a bunch of maggots in chat, I should just turn around and debate the crowd. Dan, ask him which Signal group chats he's been added to, and tell his supporters to look it up. Do you want to insult the crowd? Yes. Bro, why are you yelling? We can hear you. I'm passionate, Ashley. Try to avoid attacks on intelligence. That's going to be tough in a crowd of Trump supporters. Be real tough. That's like saying try to avoid calling Pigpen from Charlie Brown dirty. Like, okay, so what do I say? Do the thing where you insult the manhood of those MAGA in the crowd. Like, how do you guys not have the testicular fortitude to push back against your cult leader? Like, isn't it weird to just subjugate yourselves to a man? Something like that. Bring your binder and flex on them. You also got to misgender him, Dan. Oh, okay. Do we have any trans people in the chat? Because we were talking about this before. I'm planning on posting a video on TikTok every night until the 22nd. Going over one lie a night, right? I posted one tonight about him lying about the 14th Amendment being challenged by the Supreme Court or whatever. We were going to misgender him and call him a different name in every video. Charlene, Charlize, Charlotte, and with Charlotte, we could do Charlotte's Web of Lies. It's really good. But I wasn't sure if that would I don't know if it would be perceived in the wrong way, I guess. Telling the crowd that every creator there is not to change them to Democrats, but to reveal the lie. Has he pronounced other people's names incorrectly often or on purpose? I mean, he misgenders people on purpose. I don't know about the pronunciation thing. You can't spell Charlie without lie. Good message, Kale, about that. I could pronounce it Charlie Kirk. Wait, Dan, you say that if you can prove me wrong, I'll change my viewpoint. Hey, Charlie, nice to meet you. Ask him what he disagrees with Trump on. Can he say, or will he start crying blood? Top of the scroll says, can't spell Charlie without lie, with a list of lies on there. Ask him if he believes Trump's physical examination results. So the physical examination thing should be a slam dunk. Although the problem is we went through this the last time he was president. And people just didn't care. They're like, yeah, I mean, yeah, he lied. And they're just cool with it. Like that. They're so trained. I should start a cult. I'm kidding. Ask if he's okay with Trump and JD cross-dress. Charlie's job is to agree with everything that this admin does. No holds bar. Yeah. And that's the only lie he told. The problem is it's not as bad as the important stuff like Signalgate. He takes advantage of inherent good faith. That's true. That's true. He does. I don't know, Quirky. Dan, how long are you going to be on? I have no idea. I didn't even realize how late it was. Tell him he's lying through his gums. Ask him his height and weight to compare to Trump. The utter disregard for the Supreme Court's decision is the teetering point of democracy. Do that. Are we gonna get another dance number? No, I think that was a one and done thing. Ask him if he'd vote for Putin. Probably just say Putin, and the crowd would applaud. Okay, Slurry, thank you. Have a good night. They're reactionary, so he's saying shit to provoke. Ask him if he knows the difference between dolphins yet. Are you nervous about being in a setting like that? Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, I usually am pretty good at not caring about what Trump supporters think of me. On the other hand, being surrounded by a bunch of like college-aged people like booing me, I don't know. Maybe that'll trigger some PTSD. I'm not sure. No, it's not surrounded like in that regard. What if Charlie just refuses to speak to any of you? I mean, that'll be. We can make content based on that. The second you stay composed, educated, and aggressive, it's a cakewalk. There be security for you guys? Yeah. Bring that patience meter for real. No, we're bringing Marco. I was using the term PTSD loosely, not like diagnosed PTSD. Are we opening Pokemon packs tonight? I guess we can. Absolutely bring the tinfoil hat. I gotta make a new one. What are you going to say if he asks about Marco? Question. Maybe I won't wear it during the debate. Ask him who he thinks won in 2020. That's my question. Do you have a plan? Going all the way there just to get told no, we won't debate. Well, so the thing is, there's a lot of other stuff that we're going to be doing. So we're going to be registering people to vote. We're going to be making content. We're going to, I think we're going to be spreading like the debunks of the things he's saying, and also talking about important issues that we're currently facing. Flavor votes are those? It's vanilla Greek yogurt, but it's chocolate protein powder, and then there's blueberries in it. So ask if he would make his daughter carry a rapist baby to term. He answered that already, SpongeBob. He would. He would. And it's disgusting. Wait, so what is the event y'all are talking about? It's the Unfuck America tour. Are you gonna try to meet fans? I'll see what I can do. But it looks like our itinerary is kind of packed, so I'm not sure. But if there's any fans at the campus and they say hi, Dan, I'm gonna hug you. So I just thought if you acted like you didn't know Dean or Parker and tried to debate him, you have a better chance. Maybe. Ask him if God would condone all his lies. Well, he'll obviously just say, nothing I'm saying is a lie. Steph, I'm not sure. Assuming so. Last time we saw Parker, he debated him for 2 minutes and security removed him. Yeah, I saw that. Zaylab, that's really funny. Ask him if he can fly. Back to this video real quick.
I've talked about Patriot Mobile's commitment to faith, family, and freedom. Have you made the switch yet? Social Security, you guys are going to get a massive tax cut this year. But I don't want to lie to people.
Prices will eventually go down. How do you think that these
Don't want to lie to people.
Month of service.
Wait, hold on. They actually made MAGA Mobile. We use it as a meme. They made MAGA Mobile. How many times are they gonna fleece the right, bro? The Bibles, the shoes, the watches, the NFTs.
Service.
Do you think that prices will eventually go down? And how do you think that these tariffs will affect, like...
It's a great question. So actually...
So that's not a debate. That's just, he's just asking a question. Skipping this one, going to the next one. This guy's wearing a Trump hat, so I'm pretty sure this isn't going to be
That's
good.
something that is definitely worthy of notice, for sure. Thank you very much.
What's up, Charlie? I'm a huge fan. One thing that I haven't seen you speak on yet is your opinion on people sitting or kneeling for the national anthem, and how someone who disagrees with that should approach saying something to them, or if they should say something to them.
Skipping this. Okay, this next guy has an I Heart Cats shirt, so.
LeBron James? Yeah. No. Why do you think Michael Jordan's the GOAT?
I mean, man, it's so self-evident.
Okay, here you go. So earlier.
What a great argument. It's so self-evident. The only thing you should do there is say, damn, that's crazy. Wait, watch that, Dan? Okay.
You're talking about how there's more whites back in the day, right? So it would be easier for Michael Jordan to play in the league against more whites.
That wasn't in the 1990s.
Okay, but
the league was fully and well integrated by the 1990s.
who was the Hall of Famers that he played against in the finals?
Isaiah Thomas, Magic Johnson,
Okay, you're
Larry
naming the black
Bird,
guy. Okay.
Hakeem Olajuwon,
No, okay,
Charles
so,
Barkley.
okay. So it's like a
Pistol,
no, listen.
Not Pistol Pete,
Oh,
but
he's white.
John
Yeah,
John
you didn't say
Stockton.
that. Okay, no, but listen. It's like a Domino's pizza, right? So if
I've met you before.
No, you haven't met me. This is the first time we've met.
I think you were at Missouri State University.
Oh, you're lying. Okay, but no,
no,
for real,
am I
no,
right?
No, this is like a
No,
Domino's
I'm
pizza.
right.
You are not.
You were at Missouri State University.
You want to shoot for it, 1-on-1? We'll shoot for it.
Yeah. No, you asked about the pizza.
Ball don't lie. No, but
Oh.
for real, it's like a Domino's pizza. Do you want a pizza with good crust,
See,
or
no,
do you
the-
want a pizza with good crust, good pizza?
New Dan video just dropped? A new Dan video? Oh shit. All right, hold on, Santana. We'll debut it on live. Give me 1 second. Hold on. You fucking thought. Bro, Liam requested thinking I was gonna talk to him. Okay. All right, here we go. You told Liam to request. You set him up for failure. Dan video dropped? Wait, is it on your main? I don't see it, Santana.
Hey, Santana.
Oh, okay, I see it. Okay. Here we go, chat.
When the Democrats take back office in Congress, what would you like to see happen that would benefit Americans?
Oh, that's easy. Universal health care. We all know that health care is the #1 cause for people losing their livelihoods and their homes. So if we can do something that allows people to continue to get the health care that they need without breaking the bank and make sure that everyone gets their issues addressed, then we should definitely do it. But you know what? I don't want to just hear from me. I wonder what some of my friends would say.
If the Democrats take back power, I would like to see the codification of Roe v. Wade, so that every woman in this country, regardless of what state she lives in, has the right to make her own healthcare decisions.
If the Democrats are able to get power back, I'd like them to focus more accessibility on education. If they focus more on education, I think more people have a better understanding on what's going around the world, and we can be more conscious around that.
I would like to see them end Citizens United. I would also like to see them stop trading stocks in Congress. I would like to see money out of politics.
Look out there.
Look
to
at
realize that
this.
when the
Somebody come look at
Democrats
this.
are winning, they are
Look at
rubbing
this.
it in our face, and
Somebody
some
come and
Democrat
look at this.
senators, some Republican senators are now
Look at
coming up,
this.
and they are stunned. How dare he do this? You think we're still living in the same country, don't you? Senators from South Dakota, Senator Portman. You think we're still living in the 1980s, where the Democrats actually want what's best for America? And the Democrats want to destroy the country. We know this. This is not new stuff. It's not profound thinking. They want to see America completely obliterated, the Constitution shredded, and remade in their own San Francisco, Brooklyn, Malibu, Manhattan image, where there is no cultural identity, where you live in sexual anarchy.
So Santana asked me for a picture of me looking confused, and now I see why. And he got the freaking the gummy teeth face. W Santana. I like the video. Am I logged in? Oh, I am logged in. I should leave I'm so bad at leaving comments on these things, chat. Like, I like and I repost, but like, what do I say in the comments? Like, let's go. Like we've already said it so many times. What do I say? Yeah, help me workshop a comment on this. Let's use our hive mind. I know Kirk regrets ever making that face. He just has that face. How about I'm a buffoon? Quote, Liam. I'm telling you, if you make fun of his gummy smile, even his own won't be able to ignore that. Right back at you, Santana. Y'all, if you're not following Santana Jones, it's a limited time offer. You can follow him for free right now by just clicking on his name and dropping the follow button. Now, who's requesting it? The Santana or Liam? That's like the last election, by the way. Like that's how easy of a choice, how big the distinction was. Santana or Liam? Kamala or Trump? Oh, okay. We got a better Liam. Hold on.
Hey guys, I love Trump. He's amazing. I really love Trump, and he's gonna make this country amazing again, man. That's all I have to say.
All right, appreciate that, Liam. Okay, you know what?
I missed you at the BSU Charlie Kirk debate.
I wasn't there.
I know you weren't there, but I was there with the whole crew hanging out.
Who's the crew?
The entire crew that is traveling around doing all the debates. Guess who knows where all the stops are that aren't even listed, genius? Why don't you pull up?
I don't know what you mean by crew.
Why don't you pull up BSU, all the videos, okay, from this week, a debate, and see if you see me with the entire crew.
Number one, why would I want to look at a video that has you in it? Number two, who are the people in this crew?
Number two, you're an absolute dumbass. You could have a conversation with me, a genuine conversation, since you think you're going to be up there debating when I actually know Charlie Kirk and the whole crew. Dude, I'm not even going to...
Who is this crew? Who is the crew? Bro, I'm just asking genuinely, in good faith. Who is the crew?
I just came up here to tell you that, listen, there's a whole discussion about you guys and what you're gonna try to do. It's a joke of the town, man.
Liam, who is the crew? Please, I'm begging you.
Again, dude. You think that you're going to treat me like shit, like the way that you do, and I'm going to come up here and give you any information?
You came up bragging that you were hanging out with the crew.
No. You brought me up and then dropped me and laughed, is what you did.
That's correct. But now, this time, you came up and you were bragging about hanging out with the crew. And I said, what crew? And you ignored my question.
So I could have been I could have been three places. I could have seen the playbacks, or I could have been in the audience, or I could be with the entire crew that's putting together Charlie Kirk's events, right?
Okay. All right. So the crew you're referring to is the crew working on the Charlie Kirk events. Thank you. I didn't know what you meant. Now we know.
You don't know a lot about me, dude.
I know everything I've learned about you has been against my will.
But you want to know something? I do know a lot about you because I listen in and I learn. And last time I spoke to you, when I triggered you and told you that you would never get a chance to debate Charlie Kirk, guess what? You know who will? be able to be in Charlie Kirk's ear to make sure that that doesn't happen? Guess who? Take a wild guess, genius. Like I said, you're not big enough and you're not small enough. You're in the middle. You're like a trash can fire. So this is the way that you respect people and don't laugh at them and drop them and mock them to your couple of hundred people on your page, okay? Try to be respectful, dude, for people that you don't know who they are.
Okay. So are you implying that you're going to tell Charlie Kirk not to debate me because you know that I'm going to cook him? Is that what you're saying?
He has young men and women that oppose his views that go to these colleges that are more intelligent than you.
So if that's the case, why would you tell? I'm assuming you were talking about you.
Because these people are not.
No, you can let him interrupt me, Starscream. Thank you. It's okay.
Or now, why are you muting me, dude?
Yeah, one of my mods muted you because you talked over me, but I'll allow it. I'll allow it for the love of the game. So, you are saying that there's people that are more intelligent than me, right? That are planning on debating him. So why wouldn't you want me to?
More intelligent, more genuine.
Wait, you don't think I'm genuine?
No, you're going to be following Charlie Kirk around on the clout that he has made, okay? And you're going to be trying to debate him on how he's a fool and he's ruining the minds of the youth and how he's actively hurting this country or whatever it is you have on your mind, okay? But I'm telling you, he goes to campuses to expand students' minds and say, hey, do you really want all this student debt when potentially there's jobs out there that you could be taking on where you could be making more money than you're going to be making with getting this degree that you may not even be able to get? Okay, you're going to go there and talk about trans issues, social injustice. I'm sure you're going to probably bring up racism. You'd be debating on what is a woman. Just all this garbage that's constantly talked about.
Do you think?
Have you ever been to one of his debates?
No. Do you think that? Hold on, I'm echoing. Oh, we're good. Do you think that I'm going to go up there and ask him what is a woman? That's what the right is obsessed with. I'm not going to ask him about trans women in sports. That's not what I'm talking. I'm going to talk about the Constitution. I'm going to talk about fascism. I'm going to talk about what's affecting people right now. Not that trans issues aren't important, but that's what you guys are obsessed with.
But let me explain something to you. He has 1,000 to 10,000 students standing in front of him wanting to hear his conversations, and these youthful minds conversate with him, okay? They don't want to hear this dude who's a TikTok wannabe sensation come up there and try to make him look somehow like a fool. And I'll tell you what, if you go to a state like Idaho, your shit's not going to be received, dude.
Okay, so you're saying that Charlie Kirk's fans would not want me to make a fool of him. I get that. But
no, would not want to try to make a fool of him. You never will.
Wait, so I'm lost here. Am I not intelligent enough to debate Charlie, or am I not big enough to debate Charlie, or do they not want to see me debate Charlie? What's your argument?
My point is, how would you debating him? How would that do any good? He's got people like Parker, Dean. He's got thousands of college students that actively want to speak to him, in opposition, and all this stuff. And he needs to speak to you.
Okay, so you're for Parker and Dean talking to him.
No, they just have a larger audience, a larger following. And then what I'm saying is he's going to speak to young men and women who are students of these campuses that he's touring. So you actually jumping up and standing in line and trying to debate him, what is actually doing is you're taking someone's place who's paying to go to this school, who potentially wants to be there. It won't get the opportunity because you're going to take it from them.
I did not expect this to be the brunt of the argument. So you are worried about the students that won't be able to speak to Charlie Kirk.
So at BSU, I would say he had 6 to 7 conversations.
Wow.
And that
That's
was
not a lot.
that was probably 2 hours. So it goes by really fast. They're very they're in depth. The conversations, unless people are trolls and they're just actively coming up there, like some guy asked him how many donuts he could stack on it. I don't know if you've seen that playback. There's some trolls that come up there. So it was
How come he didn't have an in-depth conversation with Parker? Why did he have security to remove him?
Because he already spoke with Parker in a debate room. That was for what's the TikTok thing? they do?
Jubilee. Yeah. So he spoke to him before, and that means that he shouldn't talk to him again. Is he
That's
afraid?
what he said.
Is he afraid?
Parker, yeah, but Parker came up there very aggressive, pushed his way to the front of the line, and said, "Why are you running from me? Why we're doing all this stuff?" And he was like, "Parker, I've already spoken to you." And then Parker went right into religion. Or
Very aggressive. You guys really are snowflakes. We can watch the clip if you want.
Bullying his way to the front of the line when there was like I said, there's a bunch of other students there that want to speak to Charlie.
We can watch the clip if you want.
No, thanks. I mean, I don't really like somebody that was, trying to tear someone's faith down. Like, you're a fool for believing in Christ. And when someone's saying, "Hey, I don't want to debate you on this because you're not a believer," and it's just not something I want to do with you. I don't want to throw my pearls before swine.
Well, I think, listen, I can't speak for Parker, but I think the problem is when people start using their faith to push for harmful legislation.
I will say this: if you really want to debate Charlie, and you're going to do a lot of educating yourself on who he is, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to do a lot of research, listen to all of his debates, a lot of things. He, which is really good. You should do that. But hanging out with him and watching him debate and just knowing him, dude, you got your hands full, man. He's really, really, really smart. He's put in a lot of work, and you may think his conversations are shallow until you really push him on some really tough subjects. He's solid, man.
Listen, the Olympic judges are giving you a 10 out of 10 because you were doing tricks on it. That was good. Yeah, no, I think I'll be all right.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know where you guys are going to be going. I mean, there's going to be a lot of stops, and I'm sure, I don't know who all of you guys are going to do the, Un-F America tour or whatever you're calling it. But yeah, man, I don't know why it's gotten to this point. I've never really tried to harm anyone's life. I like the conversation. I know I voted a different way than you do, but the way that kind of like, here's the weirdo Liam, and I don't want to speak to him and stuff and all that. And I don't know. I think I'm going to have a different strategy. I thought I would come on TikTok and just be opposition and go into rooms and conversate with people and stuff like yourself. And it was going to be cool, but it's just turned into something different.
Is there anything I can help you with?
No, man. I'll see you at the shows.
Right.
And I'll do my best to treat you the same way. Don't forget it.
What does that mean? He left. Also, I didn't kick him. Weird. Very weird. I think he did threaten me. Fortunately, it's Liam, so I'm not worried. But that is weird. Thank you, Clutch. Dan, separations are hard to go through. Wait, is Liam getting separated from his wife? Dan, your crew is gonna knock out his crew if he really threatened you, bro. The crew that he talked about. Was 100% simping for Charlie. Oh yeah. If only Liam talked about his wife like he did Charlie. So, okay, I've talked about my memory issues before on these lives. I've talked about how like I'm seeing a neurologist, and I actually just did an EEG 2 days ago. Was it yesterday? I don't even remember that. So sometimes I don't remember the reason you hurt him by not accepting his request. I don't remember the reason that like I stopped. Because I remember I used to give Liam the benefit of the doubt. Like I used to say, you know, this guy, I think deep down, like he wants community, he wants friends, and he found that on the right. But then over time and overseeing like his content and seeing him in people's boxes, like I realized that he's just a bad person. But I don't really remember what it was that pushed me over to that point. So he tokenized Isaiah. I do remember that. The right doesn't have friends. They have people who are temporarily angry at the same things. He came in here to neg you for half an hour. I still think it's a loneliness thing. Yeah, I the thing is, I know he said at least one or two things that made me go, okay, all right, I'm no longer platforming this person. Victim blaming women for SA. That's the type of thing that would make me say that. Yeah. Liam is still fighting his childhood bullies. Not even Krispy Kreme could achieve that level of glaze. Yo, Santana. Oh my God. Wait. I misread this text. It said how much longer are you gonna be alive, and I read how much longer are you gonna live. What the fuck? Johnny told Liam off real good on his live show. When you go, you should ask Charlie Cook if he knows Liam. Santana is adding to Liam's Oh shit, that's funny. Um. Okay, what are we doing? Chat, what are we doing? We're opening Pokemon packs, right? Somebody said we were opening Pokemon packs. This live really got away from us. Something interesting. Liam got low-key emotional before the threat. Something interesting about our lives is that I feel like you never know where they're gonna go. I did not expect to be threatened by Liam tonight, but here we are. You know, some nights there's like inter-creator drama that pops up out of nowhere. Some nights we end up having a big panel that we didn't expect. Dan, check live chat history in Discord. Liam said something crazy. I think you forgot. Could be having a chill night and then bam, lefty drama. Oh, yes, I do. I forgot that Liam said he wanted to breed the liberal out of me. That was a few months ago. Dan hits an event randomizer before the stream every day. Oh, God. No, breed. He wanted to breed the liberal out of me. What he said. I gotta find that clip. Didn't remember if it was on my live or if it was in boxes on somebody else's live. I don't remember. Anyway, was Isaiah there? I think I remember that stream. Yeah, I think so. That's why him and his wife are separating. He only has eyes for Dan. He thinks you're handsome, Dan. He doesn't know how to ask you out. He got nervous. Well, unfortunately for him, I don't date Trump supporters. Also, I'm heterosexual. But I genuinely think that's not the number one reason I wouldn't date Liam. I relate to Liam because I would also pummel Dan with a terrible pickup line. Oh, Santana, I saw your text really late. I'm sorry. I don't know if I missed what Erica wanted, or I'm not sure. All good? Okay. Okay, Pokemon packs. We're opening Pokemon packs? Is that right? Let me get rid of this. Let me fix everyone's view here. Woo. He still lurks and tries to get on Parker and Dean's live. Super weird. Okay. Pokemon packs. I'm getting really tired really fast. I am gonna end the YouTube and Twitch streams because I want to. Did my voice just crack? Y'all hear that on the word streams? 34-year-old man voice cracking. I'm gonna end the YouTube and Twitch stream so that I can play music while we open packs. Play music on YouTube or Twitch. Well, maybe Twitch, but either way. So Twitch, love you guys. Bye. YouTube, love you guys. Bye.